Co-powered by Dangal TV, a leading Hindi GEC channel, and our lanyard partner, Lemma Technologies, an independent SSP for large format ads. Now, before we move forward, let's take a look at our partner's presentation. Can we have the audio visual, please? Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a very good afternoon to you all and a very warm welcome as we are here to unveil the Pitch Madison Advertising Report 2023. Firstly, I'd like to thank all of you for being present here today. My name is Khyati Kawa and I'm elated to be your host for the day. As we move forward, can we hear a big round of applause for all our partners that we've seen tonight? Now, ladies and gentlemen, the report that we are about to unveil today forecasts the ad spends in the media and advertising industry while also looking at the numbers of the past year. Brought out by Madison Media along with the Exchange for Media Group, it is a canon for the industry, which is widely read, cited, and quoted. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as we are in the digital world, may I request all of you to join us in the conversations on Twitter, Facebook, or any other social media platform using the hashtag PMAR 2023. It's written in big bold letters above the stage screen as well. So let's create some buzz, shall we? All right, with that, we're going to not waste any time and move with our welcome address. To begin with, may I please invite on stage Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World, and founder of Exchange for Media. Very warm welcome.
Good afternoon. Time is the biggest asset that all of us have. So thank you for being here and giving us your time. I just want to say that I said it privately last week, that Mr. Sam Belsara has been instrumental in E4M's growth and journey. Since the time we started, I remember Amit Nawal started, and Amit one day met Sam, and they discussed that we should do a advertising outlook every year. And that's how the Pitch Madison Advertising Outlook was born. We started to call it the Pitch Madison Advertising Report 2023. So thank you, Mr. Belsara, for being kind and partnering with us for many, many years. Thank you, Mr. Sakhuja, for again partnering with us. I'd also like to welcome our chief guest and our keynote speaker for the day, Mr. Bharat Puri, who's the Managing Director of Pidilite Industries. Thank you, Bharat, for being here. Your being here adds gravitas to the initiative. Mr. Avinash Pandey will be joining us soon. And then the various leaders at Madison will contextualize what comes out. I don't want you to give the report. I did get a digital copy of the report, or at least the first few pages in the morning, but I just want to say three things. I want to keep to time. First of all, I've said it at every forum that when the world slows down, India does better. Because India is the only place where everything is growing because of a consumption-led domestic economy. Second is the family businesses. Again, Sam, when he shares the top line, family businesses in India are very fundamentally very, very strong. Whether you take a they're professional companies, but the larger shareholders are families. So they're very professional companies listed, whether it's a Asian Paints, whether it's a Pidilite, whether it's a Blue Star, all family-led businesses which are large spenders on advertising, marketing, media are doing very well. So they've had robust growth. They're very optimistic about the future. So the gap in advertising monies which has been felt in November and December because of the funded startups slowing down will be in some way made up by that. So India continues to grow, will grow, because fundamentally we have very strong businesses. Third, of course, Sam will share what the numbers of digital are, and digital is growing in a big way. But in absolute terms, the mainstream media or traditional media or television, print, whatever you want to call, in absolute terms, it's growing fantastically. In percentage terms, of course, there is a degrowth. So again, India is not an either country, it's an and. It's not an either or country, it's an and country. I just want to say, and I'm writing this piece today, is the power of TV. While digital grows and integration of digital with television, advertising, marketing is happening in terms of traditional media being integrated. But I must tell you that in business world, two of the Shark Tank judges are 40 under 40 winners. They won many years back, and I can tell you, many of our 40 under 40 winners or YA winners are doing spectacularly well, 80% of them. And when they also write for BW 40 under 40 in their introduction. But the fact is, and Aman Gupta, Vinita Singh, or Anupam Mittal, they've become what they've become because of the power of television. To say that television is decline would not be the right statement. I can give you more examples of the, Big Boss. I don't watch it, I must tell you. I've only watched it once. My mother was watching it 4 or 5 years back, the year Dara Bindu Singh won. And I watched it with her, and it was very entertaining. But I'm a news watcher. I don't watch that much. I went to a media owner's home, and he had invited a Big Boss participant, and she's a dentist and, surgeon. And the fact she was telling me since the time she's come out of Big Boss, what has been happening with her. Basically, she's famous, she's getting ribbon cutting, because the power of television. I was in the hotel, and there was this young boy. I thought he was a very young boy, but I figured out he was 19 years old, Abdu. I met Abdu for the first time yesterday. Everyone in the lounge was taking photos, and I learned he was in the Big Boss. So television, I'm giving you simplistic examples of how, whether it's a Big Boss or whether it's a Shark Tank, how television is still creating celebrities. Of course, digital amplifies their influencers. Of course, these winners themselves amplify the content on television. Last but not the least, two things the broadcasters and the agencies, the advisors to the brands and businesses have to do is to enlarge the number of advertisers. And as the number of advertisers which are large, Ashish is there from Z, there are new and new, while the established players like the Dabbers, the Marutis of the world continue to invest a lot in both brand building and in terms of tactical launches. The next phase of growth in the ADEX will come from new businesses starting to advertise in a significant way. At Exchange for Media, we started the Pride of India to recognize brands in regions who are homegrown and who've used advertising to build businesses and big brands. And agencies are reinventing the way they advise their clients. Today, agencies are doing much more than media buying, and agencies will also have to look at how they can be a catalyst in bringing more and more new brands to the fore. The bigger and the last question for media owners is, how do you enlarge the audiences, whether it's in GC or news? It's not about what is the ratings each channel has. How do you enlarge the universe? These are questions I'm sure that will get addressed by Mr. Balsara, by Mr. Puri, by Mr. Sakuja. But I just want to say that India over the next 9 months also has elections, elections traditionally saw news channels getting a lot of advertising, but today political parties also use GCs in terms of, I mean, the Prime Minister was in Bangalore 2 days back, and the reason he met all the film celebrities is because he also knows there are elections in Karnataka around the corner, and they have huge connect. So with the elections, it is not only good news for news channels, it is also very good news for GCs, because there will be, you know, content-led messaging within the GCs. So with these twin trends of new advertisers, new brands upping their spends, brands that are stable, family businesses that are growing and are wanting to take share of market, the ADEX will continue to grow, and with the elections around the corner, the ADEX will see happy growth. I don't want to give you the numbers. Mr. Balsara will give you the numbers. Enjoy the day. I'm sure you'll find the content relevant, and the next 9 months will make up for the tepid November and December that we had. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Batra, for setting the context for the day. And as we are here to unveil the report, but before we do that, I'd like to call upon stage Mr. Sam Balsara, Chairman, Madison World, to enlighten us with the highlights of the Pitch Madison Advertising Report 2023. A very warm welcome to you, sir.
So good afternoon, everyone, and welcome yet again to the release of the Pitch Madison Advertising Report for 2023. A special round of welcome to my good friend, client for many, many decades now, Mr. Bharat Puri, for having kindly consented to come here this afternoon and do the honors for us by launching the report and sharing his thought on what we all should be doing to succeed even more than we are. Also, in addition to thanking the ABP Group and Avinash for supporting this report's launch event year after year, I must also thank the large number of advertisers who keep talking to me on different occasions and who look forward to receiving this report and use the pointers provided in this report to plan their own media approach in the financial year to follow. Now, some of you have told us that why do you wait till February to bring out this report? Why can't you bring it out in the last week of December or first week of January? Well, we want to wait till, the actual consumption figures of different media are available to us, and then we take about 3 weeks to kind of process all this data. So it does take a little bit of time. Now, coming to this year's report, all of us know that we have been through 3 years of extreme uncertainty. 2020 COVID, 2021 COVID, 2022 again we had COVID wave 3 at the beginning of the year. Then we had the Russia-Ukraine war, which has left at least the Western world markets in distress and impacted many parts of the world because of inflation in raw materials. And then came the funding winter, which has left many startups in India in serious distress and even caused a little hole in our ADEX. So really, if this is not a VUCA world, what is? Last year, at this time, we did not anticipate the war, which broke out about 2 weeks later. And we forecast a growth of 20% in 2022. Guess what? Despite all the setbacks that the world and India has faced, our GDP grew at 6.8%, and Indian ADEX, in our estimate, last year grew by 21%. In absolute terms, ADEX has grown from 74,000 crores to 89,800 crores, a gain of a significant 15,000 crores, the second highest gain in the last 2 decades. This was also the second consecutive year that Indian ADEX registered more than a 20% growth after a dismal year 20, when the pandemic hit us and knocked virtually 3 years out of ADEX's life. It is significant, of course, to know, and many of us know this very well, that as much as 58% of total ADEX growth has been contributed by digital, which has grown by as much as 35%. But traditional media's role and performance in India, unlike in other parts of the world, is no less noteworthy. It continues to grow year on year and has grown by 14% last year, which is the second highest growth rate in the last 7 years. So, in spite of 2 COVID years and the Russia-Ukraine war last year, Indian ADEX has grown by 33% over these last 3 years. If this is not resilience, what is? A quarter-wise analysis of ADEX numbers for the last 4 years shows the volatility that our ADEX has gone through. Last year started off very poorly because of the emergence of COVID wave 3 in the last week of December, and in February, the Russia-Ukraine war broke out. But quarter 2 and quarter 3 were very good and registered very high growth rates over corresponding quarters in previous years. But again, quarter 4 was a little soft, with most advertisers reporting a poor Diwali compared to 2 previous years. And therefore, quarter 4 of 22, for the first time, ended up actually being lower than quarter 4 of 21. In our estimate, if not for the slowdown in quarter 1 that we faced because of COVID, ADEX in 22 would have registered a growth rate of a phenomenal 29%. Quarter 2 grew substantially by 82%, and quarter 3 by a more modest 24%. From a historical perspective, last year witnessed the second highest growth in the last 1 decade, as this 7-year review shows you. Now, compared to Indian ADEX's growth of 21%, global ADEX, according to WALK, grew by just 8%, similar to the CAGR of about 7% that it had established over the previous 5 years. But what is more significant is that the top 11 nations of the world, you could call them the advertising capitals of the world, US, China, Japan, Germany, France, Australia, Canada, Brazil, India, and Italy, which account collectively for almost 70% of global ADEX, grew in 22 by only 1%. only 1%. So compare that to our 21% growth. US, of course, continues to be the biggest advertising market, contributing 33% to global ADEX, followed by China, contributing 14%. India, despite all our growth rate, unfortunately continues to be a minor player on global ADEX stage with a share of only 1.2%. No doubt, the strengthening of the US dollar has played a role in subduing our share. A medium-wise comparison of shares across global ADEX and Indian ADEX shows up very substantial variations. Whilst digital share in Indian ADEX is at 38%, for the globe, it's at 68%. Outdoor, radio, and cinema are more or less at par at sub 4, 3, and 1% respectively. Print, on the other hand, is where there is a sharp difference. In India, print boasts of a 21% share, whereas in the globe, it's just 4%. Whilst TV is the number 2 medium both in India and globally, there is a substantial difference in scale. 34% share in India, but only 20% in the globe. So print and TV are, it would seem, losing out to digital in global ADEX much more than they are in India. Yes, you heard it right. Digital now, according to this report, is the number 1 medium in India, having overtaken TV. TV share has declined from 38% in 21 to 34% in 22, and digital share increase from 34% to 38% now. Digital, in fact, has doubled its size from its pre-COVID level of about 15,000 crores to 34,000 crores now. TV, the largest medium till 21, has grown by 9%, much below our forecast last year at this time of 14%. Print, the second largest traditional medium, has swung back well and registered a growth of 11%, higher than television, and now stands at more than 90% of pre-COVID levels. Radio also grew by a substantial 17% on account of increased volume. OH witnessed a massive growth of 68% last year, on top of a similar high growth last year, and with this 2 years of high growth, has comfortably surpassed its pre-COVID level. Cinema, on a very small base and after 2 years of dismay, grew more than 300%, but by a mere 400 odd crores, registering a share of only 0.6%. TV, the largest medium till 21, dropped 4 percentage points last year. Unfortunately, post-COVID, print also is losing its share year on year and now contributes 21% of overall ADEX. Interestingly, print share till 2019 has always been more than 30%. The combined share of minor media like cinema, radio, and OH has gone up from 5 to 7% last year, driven mainly by outdoor. If we look at the data category-wise, now remember here we look at only traditional media and that too excluding OH and cinema, because only for TV, print and radio are reliable numbers available. We see that whilst FMCG continues to be the largest contributor with a 32% share, its share has been steadily declining from 38 in 2020 to 34 in 21 and 32 in 22. E-commerce, dominated by Amazon and Flipkart, has been steadily growing in share and has now moved up from 4.9% in 2019 to 14% in 2022, indicating that this is a mature category and has no funding issues. The education category, which was growing rapidly thanks to EdTech, has now lost share on account of funding issues and is down from 9.2 to 7.6%, having been overtaken by auto. So the four top categories, FMCG, commerce, auto and education, which had moved up collectively to 65%, from 52% in 2019, have marginally declined to 62%, but still command a very dominant position in ADEX. Shares of most other categories seem to be constant. A list of top 50 advertisers, along with their estimates of spends range, indicates that their dominance in ADEX is reducing. The top 50 now account for 38% of ADEX in 21 compared to 30% now. So quite a dramatic drop of 8 percentage points. Indian MSMEs are fast waking up to the profit-making capability of branding and advertising's role in creating a brand. Estimates reveal that 40% of today's ADEX is contributed by such MSMEs, and they are gearing up for more. We see investments in Indian startups plunged in 2022 as economic uncertainty and poor liquidity affected their ability to continue to raise funds. And its impact is clearly evident on such brands' advertising spends. Most of the startups reduced their advertising expenditure and many completely stopped. We now have only 11 startups in our list versus 15 in 21. The contribution of top 10 to total ADEX 2 dropped from 18% to 10%. Whilst HUL continues to top the list, Reckitt, Reliance, Dream11 and Mondelez are the other four in the top 5 list. Amongst this list, Reliance and Mondelez are the new players in our top 5 list. Television and digital continue to be the favorites of top advertisers, accounting for 87% of their total spends. The next 5 brands in our elite list are Amazon, P&G, Byju's Still, Maruti Suzuki, and Google. We have as many as 14 new advertisers in our top 50 list this year. Winnie, Meesho, Flipkart, Tata Digital, Windsor Games, and Titan are some of the new names that make it to our list. In our estimate, as many as 16 players have gained rank in pecking order, and 19 players have seen a drop in their ranks, reflecting the volatile nature of the year that has been. Among those who moved up many ranks are Coke, Godrej Consumer, Samsung, LIC, Pepsi, and L'Oreal. Those who lost rank are ITC, PhonePe, Glaxo, Colgate, and Cred. Taking a deeper look at individual media, let's take a look at digital first, since it's now the number one medium. As I told you, digital ADX has grown by 35%, and remember, this is on top of a 50% growth the previous year. I must clarify that in our digital ADX estimates, we recognize digital spends of those who you and I would in the normal course call advertisers. Google and Facebook get a very substantial portion of their advertising revenue from a very large number of guys with very small spends, and we do not include these in our estimates. This is consistent with our handling of print estimates, where we do not include spends on classifieds, obituaries, and the like. A 7-year review of digital shows that it has grown from 7,300 crores to 34,405 crores. In all these years, the 7 years, it has grown by about 30% or more each year, except in the COVID year 2020. In spite of all this growth, as I told you, digital ADX trails behind global ADX. Digital share in global ADX is 68%. China's digital share in their ADX is highest at a dramatic 84%. Looking at quarterly trends, here again growth in quarter 1 and quarter 4 was muted. Quarter 2 saw a phenomenal growth of 146%. In terms of share, for the first time in many years, quarter 4's share was only 29% compared to earlier years when it was 37% and 39%. Telling us that digital ADX, after all, is also not immune to an economic slowdown. Video, social, display, e-commerce, and search drive digital ADX. The advertiser's obsession and preference for an audio-visual medium is reinforced if you combine linear TV, which recorded 30,000 crores, and digital video alone from the digital pie, which recorded 10,000 crores, so totaling to 41,000 crores, which means 45.6% of our nearly 90,000 crore ADX is spent by advertisers on the audio-visual medium. Social, the second largest contributor, grew the most at 45% and increased its share from 20 to 22%. Display has grown more modestly at 19% and has therefore lost 3 percentage share points from 19 to 16. When Google started, it was all about search, but search today is 16% of the market. Coming to television, as I told you, TV has now moved to the number 2 position in Indian ADEX sweepstakes. TV grew by just 9%, substantially lower than our forecast of 14%. In 22, for the first time, we see a little stress in linear TV, and its share has come down from 42% in 2020 to 38% in 2021 and 34% now. Possibly 2022 television also unfortunately witnessed some of the biggest new age clients beginning to pull back on sponsorship of big ticket shows because of fear of running out of money and on the back of raw material shortages and steep rise in raw material costs, which led many advertisers to spend advertising money with caution. The festival dominated quarter 4, which usually sees a big spike, was missing in 2022. For television, again, quarter 1 was sluggish. Quarter 2 showed promise on account of the full season of IPL. Quarter 3 seemed buoyant, and quarter 4 again didn't see any resurgence. FMCG, of course, continues to dominate TV ADEX in a big way. Compared to the around 30% in total ADEX, its dominance in its dominance in TV is about 45%, but here again it has come down from 52% in 2015 to 45 today. Also, FMCG during the year increased their spend by just 7%, lower than overall TV ADEX growth of 9% and an all media growth of 21%. E-commerce, which only had a 5% share of TV ADEX, today has a 20% share. Paradoxically, growth of e-commerce has helped a traditional medium. Education, including tech, dramatically reduced its TV spends by 24%. EdTech accounts for most of this decrease, and because of this, education is now relegated to the 4th position with just a 4% share. Auto has taken over education as the 3rd most important category. In terms of genre, Hindi GEC continues to lead the pack in terms of TV ADEX, but significantly last year, more and more advertisers use more of second line GEC, indicating that efficiency and not impact, as we generally call it, is top of their mind. Sports clearly is now getting the attention of more and more advertisers, and despite very high CPRPs, is finding favor with many advertisers. The number of advertisers on sport increased from 372 in 21 to 473 in 2022, my mind goes back to the 90s when I believe on cricket, there used to be not more than 25 advertisers. Among the regional satellite channels, Tamil continues to rule the roost, followed by Telugu, Marathi, Bengali, Kannada, and Malayalam in that order. Hindi movies also continue to find favor amongst large advertisers to drive cost efficiency in their plans. But English movies, niche channels, infotainment, and kids genre seem to be losing their relevance. Taking a deeper look at print ADEX grew last year, as I told you, by 11% to reach a value of about 18,470 crores and is now at 92% of pre-COVID levels. The newspaper industry saw an increase of 11%, but I must confess our estimate at last year at this time was 13%. What strikes me is that although the recently released ABC circulation numbers show that for most publications, circulation has not reached pre-pandemic levels, this fact does not seem to have daunted advertisers to use print any less, since both volume and value have gone up by 15% and 11% respectively. Print in India continues to surprise, if not shock, global print barons and defy global ADEX trends. Because as I mentioned, globally Vox estimate of print is 4%, whereas in India it has a 21% share. Significantly, in China, print is virtually zero. In terms of absolute ad revenue too, print followed other media, and it had more than 5,000 crores in each of the 2 quarters of H2. H2 was good for print, H2 contributing 58% of total revenue. In terms of categories, though education degrew marginally, it emerged as the largest category in print, so it seems to have been preferred by education over television and has overtaken FMCG, which degrew by 8%. 2 other large categories, clothing, fashion and jewelry, and household durables, also grew substantially by over 15%. In terms of languages, English publications gained the most in terms of ad volumes and grew by as much as 19%. Hindi publications, of course, continue to dominate, but English and Marathi are the next 2 on the list. English publications have almost reached their 2019 levels of volume, using price, in our view, as a mechanism to attract more advertising. For one reason or another, Oriya, Bengali, Punjabi, Assamese and Urdu publications continue to get very poor advertising support. Now let's look at OH. OH in 22 became a 3,600 crore medium and grew at 68%, registering a 4% share. The Indian OH market, with a growth rate of 68% and share of 4%, has made one of the strongest rebounds and is only the second traditional medium after TV to surpass its pre-COVID level. Again, looking at it quarter-wise, 800 to 900 crores came in each of the first three quarters. Quarter 4, surprisingly, was a bumper quarter, unlike the way it was for other mediums, and revenue crossed 1,000 crore milestone for the first time. The top 5 categories contribute 64% of total OH, 56% with real estate, real estate contributing 19%, followed by retail, FMCG, and consumer services. Almost every category registered substantial growth except lubricants and energy. Radio also grew noteworthy by 17% as against our 10% projection, and managed to cross the 2,000 crore mark and achieved 90% of its pre-COVID level, like print. Ad volumes in radio again increased by a good 38%, but ADX increased only by 17%, indicating that radio stations were not able to command their earlier established unit rates. Looking at it quarter-wise, surprisingly, quarter 4 was the best quarter for radio. So real estate has emerged as the largest category in radio, pipping FMCG, followed by e-commerce and BFSI. Lastly, coming to cinema, after 2 years of degrowth due to COVID-19, cinema did not quite recover. Whilst it grew by 317%, the actual increase because of its low base was only about 400 crores. Unfortunately, cinema reached only its halfway mark, with the ADX number at 568 crores compared to over 1,000 crores that it did in 2019. This is possibly due to the lackluster performance of many new Hindi movie launches. Now it's time for me to share with you our growth forecast for 23. As the new year sets in, we are reminded of an old Godrej shaving cream ad of the late 80s, which ended with the one bright spot in a man's morning. India is certainly the bright spot in a gloomy, uncertain world. So says not the Indian government, not a patriotic, ever optimistic Indian, but the global CEOs of almost all reputed consultancies around the world. Having said that, in today's world, every country is interconnected with all other countries because of trade and commerce, and therefore India is bound to get affected by the global gloom. Because of that, our estimates for growth in 23 is a bit subdued at 16% compared to the 21% growth achieved in 22. For perspective, WOC's forecast for global ADX in 2023 is a growth of only 3%. With a 16% growth rate, Indian ADEX will cross the landmark 1 lakh crore number and settle at 1,04,230. We expect traditional ADEX also to grow at a good rate of 10% in 23. With this growth, of course, share of digital ADEX will continue to lead and now be almost 10 percentage share points higher than TV, with digital at 41% and TV at 32%. Digital will continue to be driven mainly by the very large number of SMBs that use digital to drive their sales. On the other hand, the number of advertisers on TV have not been growing and are only at around 10 to 11,000. In fact, the number of advertisers on TV degrew marginally from 11,000 to 10,500. So, why do we say 16 factors? Some of the key factors that will contribute to our growth are the upcoming major cricketing tournaments such as the new WIPL and the old IPL Asia Cup and ICC Cricket World Cup, new categories and new advertisers that are constantly emerging in India, organic growth coming from the largest contributor to ADEX, FMCG, now that inflation has abated, e-commerce marketing continuing its push, many new launches planned in the automobile sector, and recovery in print, radio, and cinema. On the other hand, we recognize that we will have tailwinds coming from, recognize that we will have tailwinds coming from growing consumer confidence, moderating inflation, rapidly rising SMB businesses who are getting more and more ambitious by the day, and complete recovery from COVID. But we will get pulled down by headwinds from a global slowdown and low capital inflow to startups. ADEX should add over 14,000 crores in 2023. We expect in India no medium to degrow, unlike in global ADEX where TV, print and radio are expected to further degrow in absolute terms. But we do expect that 60% of this growth of 14,000 crores will go to digital, 20% to TV, and 12% to print. We do expect digital growth rate to now slow down to 25%, mainly because of its high base, and print and TV both to grow at 9% each, but outdoor at 12% on a much larger base. With this growth, all mediums will cross their pre-COVID levels except cinema. With these expected changes, digital will further increase its share from 38 to 41%, and TV and print will lose 2 percentage points each to settle at 32% and 19%. OH radio and cinema share will remain more or less unchanged. Finally, as usual, we would like to end this report with some advice for my advertiser friends. First, I would like to remind them to please use advertising budgets to build brands. not by sales in the short term. Building brands, we feel, is the only way you can build a sustainable, profitable company in the consumer business. And remember, investors are now sharply focused on companies' future monetization ability. Also remember that mass media is the most cost-efficient way of building brands in the medium to long term. A second piece of advice is to use digital to augment GRP's reach and frequency or whatever other parameters you use to light TV viewers to ensure you don't underservice them. Whilst advertisers seem to be agreed that TV continues to offer the best brand building capabilities because of a combination of creative and media factors, light TV users are underserved and heavy TV viewers are overserved in a typical TV plan, and this needs to be corrected or balanced. Our third piece of advice is to be constantly on the lookout for opportunities that mediums like outdoor radio and cinema constantly keep coming up with, because these provide a good opportunity to launch new brands, variants, and test market them in limited geographies, especially for brands with limited budgets. These mediums can offer you high impact and reasonable efficiency at low outlays. And our final piece of advice: there is no alternative to getting your creative strategy right and arrive at a creative strategy that is sustainable. We noticed that a lot of newer businesses focus only on a witty and wacky creative idea that at best can last a few weeks. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for listening to me.
Mr. Balsara, may I request you to stay a moment here with us on stage, please? As I invite Mr. Avinash Pandey, Chief Executive Officer, ABP Network, to please join us. We'd like to present a small token of appreciation to Mr. Balsara. Thank you for joining us and sharing the highlights here with us. Thank you, Mr. Balsara, and thank you, Mr. Pandey. I request both of you to... No, it's not gold biscuits, it's coffee. But Mr. Balsara, I'd like you to stay back. We'll take that for time being. We are ready to unveil the Pitch Madison Advertising Report 2023. Mr. Pandey would request you to also please stay back with us as I invite our chief guest, Mr. Bharat Puri, Managing Director, Pidilite Industries, on stage, along with Vikram Sakhuja, Partner and Group CEO, Madison Media and OOH, Lara Balsara, Executive Director, Madison World. I'd also like to invite on stage Sravanth Gajula, co-founder, Ed On Mo, and Mr. Naval Ahuja, co-founder, Exchange for Media. A big round of applause for all of them. So a very warm welcome to you all, and we'll bring the report over to each of you. Excuse me. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you the Pitch Madison Advertising Report 2023. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you, Laura, for doing the honors. Request you to take a seat. Also, a quick note to each one, there is a huge standee outside with the QR code which says scan the code to download the report. You can take a digital copy through that. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask our chief guest for this event, Mr. Bharat Puri, to stay back here with us, if you could please, sir. Mr. Puri began his professional journey with Asian Paints in 1992, where he rose to the post of General Manager, Sales and Marketing, and then moved on to Cadbury India as the Director of Sales and Marketing. Over the years, a string of senior leadership positions at the country and the global level shaped his career, and today he is the Managing Director of Pidilite. So, ladies and gentlemen, one more time, give it up for our chief guest, Mr. Puri. Over to you.
Will I handle the slides or will somebody?
Somebody from the console.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. And let me start. Sam, I must tell you, at least this afternoon was very educative for me. I could also see a lot of media fellows understanding their targets for the next year. Clearly, like, you've set the stage and everybody wants to outgrow the market yet. So I found it very interesting. But, let me take a step back. When Sam requested me and said, listen, you have to come and speak about, and be chief guest at the unveiling of the report, which fortunately I've been to earlier. I said, listen, the one mistake I mustn't make is talk media to a media audience, right? When I see old friends like Vinita and Vikram Sakuja in the audience, I can't tell them the naive questions I ask them in their presentations, I can't ask them here. So I said, let me take a step back. And the thing in all of this is, it's always good to get a sanity check. So I spoke to my marketing team and said, guys, what do you think I should say? And the lovely thing in our organization is, they tell it like it is. They said, boss, please don't give motherhoods like digital is the future, consumer is king, creatives must always win and so on. Why don't you just take a step back and say, listen, in this changing world, as a marketeer, as a business owner or a business head, what is it that's changed over time and what hasn't? And, they also recommended, since you're a cricket enthusiast, why don't you just make it simple and use some cricket analogies? So what I'm going to do over a short period of time really is, clearly it is a changing world. Media consumption habits are changing in many ways. And it's clear that, these days the battle is not just getting people in the hall, but getting them to listen to you in the hall when they have their mobiles with them. I don't think this is working, huh? I have to point it so. Oh. Should I go again? So, and clearly, even when you watch content, really the question is, how do you watch it? And let me share some thoughts and analogies, as I said, from cricket. Now, clearly, we're in a T20 world, right? And I also saw a very interesting part of the program which said, going to the IPL, what's going to win? Is it going to be TV or is it going to be digital, so on and so forth? Really, one thing is inescapable, that cricket has moved, though, older fellows like me are still great test match fans, but clearly the world has moved to the T20 format. That's what the consumers decided. And really, therefore, I thought, let me look at what are the principles that won't change irrespective of whether cricket moves from test match to T20 or otherwise. I think it all starts with understanding and knowing your consumer. I know it's a little bit of an adage, but every time I look at great work, great marketing work, not just great advertising work, I think the centricity, first and foremost, is the understanding of the consumer and why she does what she does. It's fascinating. The same thing holds now in cricket. And I had the occasion to actually meet with one or two of these analysts of cricket teams. And you'll be amazed at the kind of analysis they now do on every opposing player, what the kind of data. I've given an example here of Dhoni. Some of us who've been cricket fans, if you listen to Dhoni's little comments on the stump mic, you will know that he's actually got a much better understanding of his opponents than most other captains have ever had. I think for us as, industry captains, the same thing applies. Consumers brands and marketers who understand the consumer journey and where it happens. I'll give you a small example from my Cadbury days. Conventional media or conventional wisdom, chocolates it's a younger person's product, can we move it from 16 to 25 to 25 to 35, and it's great. Now, globally, what we found was actually grandparents were the new children. This over 65 audience, which incidentally in developed markets is much bigger than the children's audience, were actually behaving like their grandchildren. They now had, basically accomplished a lot of what they wanted to accomplish in life. They also had good income. And they spent a lot of time actually consuming media. Normally, the thing with Western countries is, they all eat early, and by 7 o'clock, therefore, they're watching stuff, and around 8:30, they like to have a sweet snack. We introduced a brand called Marvelous Creations, and everybody laughed and said, listen, why will you introduce a children's brand for grandparents? Because the brand had popping candy, it had gems in it, so on. So, in fact, it was also made in India where it did well, but with children. But internationally, it was one of our biggest successes over a 3-year period, and the brand did $500 million in its first year of operations. Simple thing of understanding the consumer and keeping the consumer at the center. I think something that all of you would know. I think this is something again, sorry, this is gone. I think you have to just press and wait. Just do it from here. I'll tell you the slide. There are very few slides anyway. Let's go to the next slide. Next slide, yeah. And don't worry, you stay wherever you want. Really, it is about, therefore, making an impact. Just go back, please. Just stay here. Okay, so let's reboot. Really, it's about not the number of impressions, but the impact. And I always give the example of this famous Fevikwik ad, which we ran once during an India Park match, which is about these two rangers at the border who, one guy's shoes come apart. For want of time, I won't show you the ad, but we ran that ad once, and the fascinating thing is we got recall over 2.5 years. We also got recall in places like Parliament, where parliamentarians asked about the ad, so on and so forth. So clearly, a lot of times, and I give the same example, look at the figures of somebody like Callis, and you will realize that he was probably the greatest all-rounder that has played the game but never been recognized. Coming back to the impact rather than just the numbers. Next, yeah. And again, as far as innovation is concerned, again an adage, I'm sorry this is going up and down, but innovation is something that it doesn't matter whether it's cricket whether it's the doosra or the reverse sweep, or whether it is, I still remember, and it gives me goosebumps even now, when we had the Cadbury incident, the famous worms incident. At that point of time, one of the greatest things was how a lot of media personalities actually on their own came and supported the brand, and supported it via small innovative things on live television, which really, in a sense, gave the brand the credibility that it required to get back. Let's go forward. And of course, I think Sam made this point in his advice to advertisers. One good idea is good for a little bit of time, but it's being consistent that builds brands. And, I wanted to just pick up, why pick the example only from your industry or your company? A small brand like Kent, I just think the consistency of Kent, and I had occasion to visit an electronics retailer about a month back, and that's where I got this example from. The person said, listen, in water purifiers, yes, it is still AquaGuard, but I must tell you now, top of mind is Kent. Somebody who's just been consistent. Hema Malini has stood there time and time again and said the same thing. There is something to be said about consistency. Good, as I've always maintained that advertisers and advertising agencies tire of the brand far before the consumer does, or tire of the creative far before the consumer does. I think some of these are great examples where the consumer keeps rewarding you while the marketer or the advertising agency wants change. Let's go forward. Now, how has technology changed media? We all know this. Let's go forward. I think the first thing that really fascinates me is, and I can understand, Sam, when you say that digital is the future, because in categories, you can now see that technology and data can really aid your marketing strategy. If I want to test a new product for new home builders in Kanpur, I can now do that very, very successfully, something which was unheard of a few years ago. And many years ago, fellows like me, when we were product managers, media was very complicated because we had to decide between DD1 and DD2 and Times of India and Hindustan Times. That was really the choices we made. Everything else in life was far easier. So now looking at today, where you see that actually technology and data, and if you look for it hard enough, you can really target, test, pilot, and then scale up. And I still agree what Sam says. Once you've proved your pilot, then mass TV is still the quickest way to build the brand. But I think the ability to experiment, the ability to keep fine-tuning your whole mix, today, the opportunities that it gives you were never available earlier. Let's go forward. I think the need for adaptability is as strong as ever. I purposely put those photographs. There are a set of cricketers who adapted to T20 and some who didn't, right? Even this year, poor Joe Root, who's, and if you meet some of my English friends, they will still believe he's the world's best batsman, but nobody bought him for the T20 tournament even this year. Now, I think it's something to do with adaptability. You see, similarly, going forward, you look at brands and their adaptability, and again, to actually pat my marketing team, because believe me, I had very little to do with this. One of the challenges I gave our marketing team was, listen, how Fevicol is a very well-known brand. Fevicol is pretty much an adjective in India today rather than the name of a brand. How do we make it a buzzy brand? How do we make it a much younger digital brand? And the kind of stuff that we've done over the last 3 or 4 years, you can click it once. Yes. You will see that, for example, the famous Ronaldo tweet when we put the Fevicol can instead of the Coke bottle, it was actually trending. If you actually went to Coke, you saw, if you did Coke on Twitter, you actually got the Fevicol tweet. Now, this is again an example of brands adapting, keeping the core the same, but not being afraid to experiment, not being afraid to push the envelope. And I think today the need for adaptability and the need for, frankly, experimentation is far, far greater than it was earlier. Let's go forward. And of course, having two now not so young kids, but still I consider them kids. When I see media consumption with my two children, I realize that we live in a very, very different world from earlier. I never knew there was something called a non-celebrity, social influencer until I started following some of these people, and thanks to cues both from my children and my media agency. What really bombed me was actually the top 10 non-media influencers still have a larger reach on social media than most of the OTTs put together. Now, this is something which has changed. It is clearly not about what you tell the consumer about the brand. It's what consumers tell each other. And I think brands that recognize that will remain relevant, will remain brands of the future. Brands that don't will, over a certain period of time, become a little jaded, I would suggest. Really, therefore, in summary, let's go forward. Something that all of you know, maybe the fourth one that I'll add is how things, what will never change, I think the fifth thing I'll add is, irrespective of what presentation you do, technology will always, like, give you some amount of trip-ups. But doesn't matter, that's all part of the game. So really, when I take a step back, my, simple one-liner at the end of you is, experiment, innovate, know your consumer, and most important, don't be afraid of failure. Thank you so much.
Mr. Puri, may I request you to please stay back? Thank you so much, firstly, for being here and honoring us with your presence and this presentation. I'd like to invite Mr. Sam Balsara to please join us on stage and give a small token of appreciation to Mr. Bharat Puri. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Balsara. Thank you, Mr. Puri. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to our next session, where it's going to answer the question why news TV will survive the digital onslaught. We will now move to this session and see that PMAR 2023 report that digital medium for the first time in the history of Indian AdX is expected to overtake TV. Our first discussion will talk about why TV news will survive the digital onslaught. Speaking on the topic, we have with us Mr. Avinash Pandey, Chief Executive Officer, ABP Network Private Limited. I'd like all of you to join me in welcoming Mr. Pandey on stage.
Well, I'm not going to give surprises. Somebody told me that I am famous here in speaking about Bach. And I asked Sam. Sam said, deliberately I kept minor details about which category to grow, how, and etc. because unnecessarily you will start speaking on Bach. So when Vikram called me up that, Avinash, will you speak on why TV will survive in the digital onslaught? I said, this is an interesting topic because I do not completely agree with the topic. So let's start with that first. First of all, the fallacy of this question, that whether the news TV will survive. Sorry, you want? Okay. It has now been almost a decade at least, and everyone has been speculating over the survival of television as a medium of information, and within that, there is a specific targeting of news as an option on TV. I can tell you the medium that I work on, which is the news television, everybody in the room, everybody in the world is an expert on how I should run or we should run our business, what we should carry, and why we are mostly in controversy even as of day before yesterday what happened. From experts to drawing room pontiff to accepted wisdom seems to be that news will disappear from TV sooner than later because it is more dynamic and freely available on digital devices now. I will just do a small poll here and amongst my friends. How many of you have watched television news yesterday? Quite a lot. In last 1 month? Well, it's a quite a good audience, Sam. When I go to colleges, there are, if I say 1 month, then 5 people raise their hand. But what is interesting is that they have watched my anchor or many prominent anchor shows yesterday. They have not watched it on the big screen. So despite the naysayers and the doomsday predictors, the medium survives not just in India, but all across the world. Today, not a single nation exists which does not have television news as a big thing. Not a superpower like USA, not a tech giant like China, Korea, Japan, where news is no longer available on television. Yet everyone and every day we face the question, will news TV survive the digital onslaught? Let us look at some figure. As per Bach, news on TV has seen a 6% growth in the gross reach or tune-in in the pre to post-COVID from 2019 to 2022. In the same period, there has been a 20% increase in the news on the digital delivery platforms, which means that there has been a cumulative aggregate growth of about 11%, which is quite a size as compared to what we can assume in any business where we are creating everyday news content on the news TV. The fallacy of the question also lies, Vikram, in the fact that news as a source of information has not lost its vigor. And as long as people are interested in watching news, it will be consumed across a variety of platforms as per the convenience of the consumer. I still cannot forget an evening, Vikram, when you called me, I was in the car still going back home, and there was a massive news break about one of our ex-colleagues. And I said, where it is coming? He said, it's on your TV. It's the AVP News which has broken this news, and is it true? Now today, unfortunately, that breaking is happening on Twitter as we go. At that time, Twitter and Facebook were not as prominent as what it is today. So what is happening is that same person is likely to watch news across different modes of delivery, depending on the time of the day, opportunity, and mood. This also means that those questioning TV news either forget or are unaware that television remains not only a viable option for news, but it is the mother lode and the spin-off to a number of variables that get repackaged and repurposed across digital platforms. It makes business sense to have news on TV. That means that news will stay on the idiot box because intelligent people want that option. Let's look at the past of the television news a bit. Television as a business is not more than 3 decades old, if I can say. News television particularly is not more than a little over 2 decades old. And TV has played a seminal role in upheaval that saw actually the emancipation of information. When globalization and opening of the Indian economy gave wings to people's desires to instantly aware, they turned on the TV to fuel their imagination. Wars, World Cup, regime change, humanitarian crisis, scientific innovations to musical icons, and televised death, anything anywhere around the world was telecast into Indian home. I am often, actually, even today, we have constantly being reminded by regulators that what kind of news should be at what time of the day, because what is now happening is that the power of video has gone from the big broadcaster to the everyone that's sitting here or outside, right? And the kind of video that is coming is very, very different than what you could have imagined about 5 years or 10 years ago. Just to give you an example, there was a time when Iraq was attacked in the second war of Gulf War that we call. And the most momentous moment in the Iraq's history, Saddam Hussein's statue being pulled down. And most television channels televised it over 8 hours, 7 hours, continuously showing that, before that and after that. Today, such kind of television, what we call the good television, is happening on the street of India every day. And that's where, as a medium owner, we have a choice as to what to show and what not to show. So we are flooded with information. And the problem is this, that even if you don't want to show, somebody has already seen it through social media. So TV news, which actually transformed from being an exercise to channeling government information to a viable business proposition, and had to balance journalistic ethics with its market consideration. TV news in India, at least in the last 30 dramatic years that I have seen, Sam, has been on the roller coaster ride, having fulfilled its obligation to society. The popularity and pull of TV news channels grew in leaps and bounds, and the first decade of the news century saw channels after news channels joining the news business. Even this year, even despite the tough year that Sam just showed it to us, that how difficult it would be for the addicts of the overall TV business, 2 news channels have been launched in the last 2 months. What it has done is that it has extended its reach and audience across variable geographies and diverse focuses. In 2007, across 7 seas, when Mr. Jobs decided to launch Apple, it actually changed the way television is being watched anywhere in the world. Because what it did is that a good quality screen came into the palm of your hand. And that's Apple iPhone, then seen as a luxury item, went on to spur an entire universe of smartphones clones that redefined the consumption exchange of information in the years to come. So what impact it had? The bigger impact of the smartphone industry was felt on the broadcast television. And now I'm on your side, Vikram. That news included as a society was fast adapted to an increasingly digital, mobile, and social media-driven environment, where most people began going towards and getting their news mainly through smartphones. In India, it took some time to take hold of this situation, and rush to the TV ensured that the impact was not immediate. But it would not be an ostrich if one did not acknowledge the threat, because the TV news business is dependent on the conveyor belt system, meaning that the older viewer fade away, newer generation takes their place, which is where the threat is as such, where the young Indians, and that's why I did that poll, young Indians seem averse to sitting in one place and view news. Just now, some days back, the New York Times published a report that total attention span about 10 years back was roughly about 3 minutes, and now it has reduced to 44 seconds. Gauravjit and I were on the MMA board, and they said that 6 seconds is the maximum attention a kid can give. So I do not know what is the future of TV commercials and the brand building if that remains so. But young Indian today in particular relies more on social media to find news than watching it on TV or reading it on the print. Pandit after Pandit, referencing growing smartphone usage and decreasing TV viewership, opined that TV, the news variety in particular, was on the way trip to oblivion. But let me tell you, it is not so. Despite the negativity, the broadcast television is not dead. Not just here in India, but everywhere in the world, it is equally true for news TV. It is alive and kicking across the globe, and there are very definitive reasons for its continuation, both on the medium of information diffusion as well as for the business prospect. With the rapid shifting of audience from television to digital, staying relevant in the broadcast media is actually a challenge. And there is also a necessity to maintain long-term viability. Now, how do we do that? Rather than hanging up our boots, news television is going through a period of rapid adjustments, essentially transforming from serving a TV-only audience at home. We are now serving audience no matter where they are, going from becoming a TV broadcaster to an overall broadcaster. The onslaught of the digital platforms meant that news channels had to broad-base their landscape to stay with the time. So news channels actually have started expanding their reach to mobile phones, tablets, laptops, social media, and then began uploading all kinds of content on streaming platforms. News channels have not only made live streaming of their channel available on digital platform, but also made exclusive content available to digital audience only. Take, for example, the CNN hit program Chasing Life with Sanjay Gupta. That was made available across platform and gained a worldwide audience in different avatars, from TV channels, news in general, to YouTube, to podcasts, to Spotify, and including on Apple. This shows the resilience of the content originally made for TV, but that can be shared across different mediums. According to our own FICCI EY Media and Entertainment report of March 21, the online audience in 2020 grew to its widest reach with 454 million mobile and desktop users on news sites, portals and aggregators, in comparison to 450 million online entertainment users, which is quite a sizable number for news. For TV, across all news or genre, increased to 875 from 875 in 2018 to 918 in 2022, which is average weekly reach going from 718 to 759 in the same period, which is an evidence enough that India is still a growing market for television and certainly for news TV. If you look at news in the 21st century, it's now no more about appointment viewing. It is not at 9 p.m. that we used to go back home and watch Dr. Roy on the set, Rather, news is today a whole day multi-platform affair. Throughout the day, the information is accessed through across different delivery medium. While on the move, the crisper version of the social media where there is a bit more time than digital platforms, and the same news in detail is also accessed at length on TV when at home. I have seen millions of people that we interact with over a period of a year, that they watch something on the mobile through social, but when they go home, they watch the same TV news channels on the big screen. In the case of the big ticket news events like drama of the general election, which is just about a year away we are, and still be unthinkable for most of us not to be watching this excitement on big television. TV news will survive the digital onslaught by adapting to the changing requirements of the business. And those of us who are doing it are still doing better than the industry. And the future of TV news is on the dynamics of the news gathering and news presentations, which will continue as the main product of TV and its distribution through different medium today. TV news is already embracing a change, primarily in the connected TV ecosystem. Most of us are available today on the connected TV. Over 10 million homes are with the connected TV now. And the share of a smart TV in India overall in TV shipment has reached 84% in 2021, compared to just 67% in 2020. Services like JioFiber, Amazon Fire Stick, Tata Play Binge allows access to content of various providers through the content aggregator mode. And today the content aggregators are the biggest distributor of the news on different platforms, including on TV. So this will become the new landing page and earn placement and marketing revenue for television industry. TV news faces its biggest challenge today of attracting new viewers, which we are also looking at how to get them onto the main big screen. In actually the data-driven digital world, news TV established its role as an information aggregator. Aggregator being a term that is being well understood by the digital-only generation, it's important that today in the digital world, everything at the click of the screen, but all the news and all the information akin to the massive library of information books about everything that ever happened in the world, all laid out on the floor, all accessible, but nothing is indexed. There is no news aggregator than the TV itself. Many of our Hindi channels are now delivering 100 news in 100 minutes or something like that in a fatafat format, giving you all kind of news when you are just having your breakfast. TV news will survive, Vikram, because it is the medium that provides a catalog for the news that one has to know. TV news has always been about innovation in gathering news, in its presentation, and now more than ever before for its distribution. Actually, it has made news very democratic. The screen has changed, and from what it used to be a 3x4 to now 16x9. The most urgent and most important thing now today is in the palm of your human hand, which is where the news broadcast is happening these days, which is finally leading to a big television screen. TV news willingness to adopt, I can tell you, and as long as the news content of the TV remains relevant, there will be a demand for it. Because there will always be people, whether old or young, who will have a perpetual desire to know. And as long as we are curious and have the inherent ability to ask right questions, I think the news medium will survive bigger than ever before. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Pandey. Do stay back a moment here with us while I invite Ms. Lara Balsara to please join us and give a small token of appreciation to Mr. Pandey. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, before we move forward, here we'd once again like to thank our presenting partner, ABP News. ABP News, aapko rakhe aage, and are co-powered by Viacom18 partner, Viacom18 Open New Worlds. We'd like to do a quick showcase of our partner presentations. Can we have the audiovisual, please?
खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ खुली उमंगे उम्मीदें पतंगे परिंदे उड़े आसमान खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ रंग वही पहने पर लिबास अलग है, बात वही कहते पर ये अल्फाज अलग है। सुर वही गाते हैं, आवाज नहीं है, आवाज के पीछे झांके तो जज्बात वही है। सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही है, सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही। खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ उमंगे उम्मीदें पतंगे परिंदे उड़े आसमान खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ
Once again, thank you to our partners. Ladies and gentlemen, now we move on to the next session for the day, which will talk about media planning in a video world. And speaking on it, we have with us Mr. Nagaraj Krishnamurthy, Chief Strategy and Analytics Officer from Madison Media. Ladies and gentlemen, please give Mr. Krishnamurthy a big round of applause. A very warm welcome to you, sir.
Okay, thank you everybody. Today what I'll do is we'll just have a small discussion on the new principles that are emerging in the video world. So very quickly I'll take you through what the media consumption behavior has changed, and then what the new, what in the old world has changed to the new world, and finally I'll also leave behind with certain thoughts on what are the watchouts that we need to do with regard to video planning. So it is very clear, a lot of us spoke about it. Jio was launched around, I think, in the end of 2016. Ever since the launch of Jio, we have seen that the digital has grown so significantly, and today it is the largest share of the ADX, as Sam was just taking us through. What is more important is not just that the users that it has added. Actually, I think this is the first time anywhere in our history we have seen where we are dominating the world. Then now, this is from the Nokia data, so it is basis the data streaming that happens. We are the world's largest data consumers per person. So those who have subscriptions, we are the largest data subscription, and we outbeat even the advanced economies like UK, South Korea, and by 2026, we'll actually have one of the highest penetration too. Now how we are consuming so much data? It's very clear that if you see the hours we spend on video, actually roughly on an average an Indian who is having a mobile, and which is a large percentage of our population, 3 hours we are spending on watching video movies. That's what the data shows. The consequence of that is actually if you were to analyze the average TVR or people using television over days, actually you see that across years it has actually falling down, and the trend is very clear. The viewership is declining. Most of us do ask the question, why is the viewership declining? And we have done some analysis which I would like to share with you. First is viewership by definition is actually a composition of reach and the time spent. What we have observed is reach has been consistent. That's, people have not moved away from TV as much as, let's say, in US where cord cutting is a bigger scenario. But what has actually happened is time spent, especially by the younger audience and certain age groups, which I'll detail it a little further, they have actually come down. So here is an interesting chart. And this is what most of us spoke earlier to. Younger you are, actually you are stopped. What these bars indicate, let me tell you, the orange bar is the most relevant. Here, the orange bar is of the light viewer. That is, in BARC, you can actually trisect viewers into light, heavy, and medium. The orange bar represents the light viewership, and the numbers, the bar shows how much of time have they reduced from pre-COVID. So here you can see that the orange bar is the longest one. That tells us that light viewers have actually stopped viewing. Much of the time spent has come down significantly, and younger they are, and if they are males, it has actually come down even further. Therefore, the overall viewership has come down. Primarily, the light viewers have become really light. This is how we do. There's already a built-in analysis in BARC, and that's one of the advantages where you can see by viewership cohort. Now, what actually we as TV advertisers, we forget is when we say we are launching a campaign and we are delivering 540 GRPs on an overall basis, if you were to actually run an analysis, you would have not delivered any amount of communication to the light viewers because the time that they spend on TV has drastically come down. So the first thing that we need to understand is, unless you get into and do a detailed deep dive of the deliveries that a TV is delivering, you will actually be missing out on the light viewers. Now, that's a challenge. So the light viewers are increasingly, the time spent is coming down, and how do we actually communicate back to them? The advantage that we have is digital video offers a very strong solution, and also it can add an incremental reach, because in digital there is an option for you to actually go ahead and select only the light TV viewers. You might ask a question, how will the digital guy, he knows he is a light TV viewer? So, for example, if you take Google, they have various data signals, and triangulating those data signals across various 100 signals, they are able to identify who is the light viewer, and you can actually target the light viewer. If you were to do that, then your communication again comes back and you balance out the deliveries. Even then the heavy viewer would have got a lot more communication, but that is fine because he would have anyway been subject to more ads. So the one point that I would like to leave behind is, in this age of digital and TV, you need to use digital video if you were to ever, if you want to balance out the deliveries between heavy, medium, and light viewers. So this is what I will just start with the first summary. So actually, if you ask in TV world, it is very easy to meet your objectives for medium and heavy viewers. But what we normally do is we go on pumping in more TV GRPs to actually trying to boost up for light viewers. Instead, what we need to do is, once the medium and heavy viewers GRPs are, we are able to reach them, then we need to move to light viewers. We can use the same, we can stop the GRPs, move to light, use digital video within the same money and actually give a combined reach, and for which we have various tools. I mean, most agencies have their own tools. We have a well tried and tested called M-Spectra, which is able to give a combined reach and frequency across this cohort. This alone ensures two things. One, as an advertiser, you're reaching all the three viewership cohorts. Two, you're actually also saving a money, because this actually ends up saving around 10% of your total budget. The next important question is, how do we, outside of heavy, medium, and light, how do we allocate money between TV and digital video? And that's a very common question. Actually, if you ask me, that's the most important question as an advertiser. I mean, a very famous investor once said, it doesn't matter if you want to get returns, it doesn't matter how much you invest, what you invest, how you invest and how you allocate between different budgets. I mean, different choices is the most important determinant. So as advertisers, if you want to get the highest return, we have to back the right medium. We need to have a robust way to allocate monies between TV and digital video. I mean, there have been various techniques. Some use regression, but regression is not the right way to do, especially in a dynamic environment. And if I made a mistake, you will go ahead and keep repeating the mistake. The other one is you study the computation, in which case you are actually outsourcing the wisdom to computation. What we have come up is, we have come up with what is called as a media consumption intensity. So let me explain what is a media consumption intensity. For a given TG and for a given market, we can actually, we determine using various data sets, like I have listed BARC for TV, ComScore for digital, and IRS for print. We actually find out what is the reach that each medium gives within the TG and also the time spent, and that multiplication is actually the media consumption intensity. And by and large, if you were to allocate your budgets in line with your consumption intensity, you are safe. But actually, we can even adjust it for your communication task and the life stage of your brand. And that I'll just explain to you in the next few minutes. First thing we'll have to understand is, the younger you are, you consume more media. So for instance, the silent generation, 33% of them, silent generation like that, say there are above 50 years, they actually consume one media. Whereas the Gen Z, which is the youngest one, only one media is consumed by 12% of the people, and most of them actually consume 2 or 3 media. So, and India is a young country, so if we have to succeed, we need to use multimedia. This is a very interesting slide. The blue line actually represents the TV, and across all age cohorts, TV is the #1 medium. What is interesting is actually the black line, which is the internet. It's the older people, which is where we have labeled it as silent generation. The reach then actually exceeds, and as you go younger, the reach of internet dramatically goes up. And actually, if you see, more interesting is the time spent, and which is very dynamic. The blue bars here, they represent the TV. Again, you can see they are shorter than the red bars, which represent the digital for the younger audience, which is Gen Z and millennials. And for Gen X, actually it's the reverse. So the younger cohorts are much into digital in terms of time spent, and the older ones are what are on TV. And this is something that we need to keep in mind. Now, we did this for one of the home decor company. Across different TGs, we'll find out that the intensity of viewing, if we were to calculate and therefore get the ratio, it dramatically differs. And intuitively, what we believe is what the data also shows. For example, mass TG is more inclined to TV. That's the last, the mass TG is actually where TV outscores, and in premium TG, actually it's the digital, the ratio goes higher. Now what we have also done is, after we find the consumption intensity, we try to upweight for TV, especially for if the target group is larger, and if you are doing a new message. And you might ask, why? I mean, I took so much time to explain that the time spent by younger on digital is higher, and now I'm sort of saying that we need to upweight weight on TV, and I'll tell you why. First thing we need to understand is, TV is bought on CPRPR, therefore it's a fixed cost basis, and digital is bought on CPM basis. So the digital, and if I were to equalize both of them and bring to the same thing on CPM basis, let's see how it goes. The blue line is the CPM. Irrespective of the audience size, it actually stays the same for the digital CPM. For the TV, which is we are actually buying it on a CPRPR, a fixed cost basis, the CPM drastically reduces as the audience size increases, because you have paid the same money and you are reaching more people. And if your target audience is much more, TV actually tends to be a lot more efficient. And actually, the other way to look at it is, if your addressable target market is only 40 to 60 million, TV is not the right option to go, because actually digital makes a much better job. More importantly, TV actually gives you a huge spillover. So I might be planning only for 20 to 40 females, but actually I end up reaching males and all others, because TV is a broadcast media and there's a high amount of co-viewing. Let's see that, but digital, as we know, is a very precise media. Let's see a normal BPC product. And in most intuitively, most TV audience for beauty and personal care products are women. But actually, if you take the usage, it's roughly 50-50 between male and female. So if you were not using TV and for BPC, you were going only digital, there's a high chance that you would have missed 50% of the audience unless you were smart enough to redefine your target group, which is how we have to do, and that's something that I'll explain to you. Next important thing is, by and large, if you take India, the highly penetrated products, like for example, soaps, hair oil, or shampoos, their usage dispersion is almost close to the dispersion of the population. So the higher you go, actually, pray and spray works, because you know the very high chances your prayers will be answered, because the dispersion of your users is very similar to the dispersion of the population. Whereas when you come to a nascent product or products which are not highly penetrated, what you will see is the user, there's a distinct skew, and this is just an example of NCCS, but you can see a distinct skew, whether it's in terms of geography or it will be in terms of gender. So when you're actually dealing, and most of us do work on nascent categories or nascent brands, then it is much more advantageous to be on a selective media, and therefore, you need to have a higher ratio, and that's one of the reasons why we did that adjustment factor. Now, after saying all this, how do we integrate the TV and digital? So the first thing what we used to do probably 10, 15, or when I started my career 20 years back, more or less media was very simple. It was not as simple as selecting only between DD and DD2, but it was a little bit more simpler. There used to be one big TV and you just go and bombard it, then the awareness would go up. That I think is no more true. Actually, what you need to do to build brands is you have to build the top funnel metrics, but some of them actually come and get to be in what is called as the in-market audience. And we can specifically target the in-market audience, which was not possible in only TV world. And that's what the digital offers. And finally, from in-market, you can actually make them buy your product. So for example, in Nicotex, this is what we do. Nicotex, actually the smoker base in India is actually 22 or lesser than percentage. But even then, a small drip feed of TV GRPs actually builds the awareness. Then there is a life stage event, which is when most people trying to give up their smoking is when they just get married or when they just become a parent, and we can actually target them to buy. And actually, behavioral targeting is something so, studying the consumer, a lot of research used to be done in the past, and many of them may be true or may not be true. Today, luckily, you have all of them at the click of the button, and that's something that we need to use. When we use, we need to be little careful. We said we will be following different cohorts, and for different cohorts, we should be able to give the right message. And what normally most advertisers come and say is, I have only 2 or 3 communications. How do I ensure that I have the right message? But actually, if you see, most of the brands have a huge inventory of creatives simply because they're very active in social media. Brand not active in social media is little not so common these days. So what we are saying here is TV still works best as a top funnel, but you please need to actually move into a full funnel planning, and for the mid funnel, you can actually do relevant targeting, use cohorts for identifying the right targets, and then you can actually lead them to buy. Having said all the greatness of targeting and that you need to use video, let's also see what are the key watchouts that you need to do, because a lot of advertisers, especially advertisers of traditional products, they still do believe that video does not work as much as TV. And the challenge might be, they may be not using the using the digital video the right way because of certain biases that might have come from the TV. And let's understand those two. The first one is in a digital video, we have 2 issues. The first is there's no viewability standardization. So in a TV, it's much easier. GRP is a GRP is a GRP. That's not true in digital video. Second, TV has evolved over a period of time. Digital started much of its life as a performance media. So it is not natively, it didn't start off as a brand building media. So the metrics that you have are more towards performance media. So the concepts like, effective frequency are little not so well developed in digital, but they are getting there, and I'll say that would dramatically improve them as a brand builder. First thing, let us get back to viewability. What's a viewability? We define viewability as coverage, clutter, and dwell time. Now in TV, we don't need to ask any question. When our ad comes, it covers the 100% of the screen. Whereas in a mobile, that's not necessarily true. Half the time, actually, the ad will be coming as shown here. It will be taking 50% or 60% of your screen. Second, in a TV, but for Western brands, actually, it is clutter-free. Whereas in a video, especially if you go through, social media posts and a video just comes, it's full of clutter. Your mind is actually not anywhere close to watching the TV, but it is full of, that's when the video is played. So it's actually in a clutter environment. Most important is actually the dwell time. Like I said, digital, since it has its bearings in the performance media, and if you meet any performance marketer, he will not like a very long copy, which will be unlike the brand builder who would say, long copies are best. So actually the dwell time, as per the standards set by MRC, is only that it should be only 2 seconds. 2 seconds actually make up a dwell time in digital, whereas by definition, a TVR is actually 1 minute because it's average minute audience. Therefore, the dwell time is a huge difference and we need to correct for it. Second more complication is because the TV evolved from a performance media to brand media and some were ahead of the game, actually viewability is not the same in digital media. So between two platforms, you can't say like one GRP broadly in news versus one GRP in let's say GC is comparable, at least numerically. Here it is not even comparable even in a numerical and a definition point of view. So here, for example, there's a huge disparity between the largest platforms. For example, at TrueView, if you were to buy YouTube and within that, if your buy type is TrueView, then what is considered a view is if you have watched it for 30 seconds or for a duration of, or the duration of the ad. In Facebook, actually, if you're buying it on a CPM basis, even if it's a 3-second in-stream feed, it will still be considered a view impression. And if you buy it through Play, it is 97%. So it's a lot more confusing. The Google made its name because it's such a nice interface and so simple, but when it comes to using it as an advertiser, it actually can become quite complex. So what we need to do as advertisers, especially if we're using digital for brand building, we need to set ourselves certain limitations and put certain standards for each brand, and one standard that is a bare minimum, obviously it can evolve depending on the stage that each brand is. We in brand building should consider only completed views as a one view impression. So you can buy it on whatever way you buy. Every platform will give you what is a completed view impressions, and that's what we need to compute while you're planning. The total impression may not be the right metric. That's, for example, in skippable video in Google, even if you get 1 lakh impression, actually it will translate to 20 to 25,000 only a completed view impression, and that's what builds the brand. In performance marketing, there's a huge value for the remaining 75,000 impressions also. You could have clicked the button and made some action. But if you're building it for brand, actually this is one metric that we need to do. Actually, more important is actually the concept of effective frequency. Now, TV over the last 50, 60 years, a lot of research did show that, person needs to be exposed to a certain amount of frequency for the brand to get registered and the brand values to be inculcated and so on. But such a thing never existed in digital media for a long. Here, various research, including our own research, shows that you need a lot more frequency to get the messaging across in digital media. You actually need very less frequency if you are just looking after, for example, a click. So if you go to an in-market audience and just expose him once, there's a high probability that he'll be clicking an ad. And therefore, in much of digital, they started actually maximizing the reach because they were initially into performance marketing, and therefore they were assuming that they will be building only for the in-market audience. But when we are using it as a brand building, we need to be very certain, and a lot of research have proved, and including the Google's own studies, in digital, if 3+ is roughly what builds a brand in TV, you need a lot more frequency in digital. But the way digital is bought, it's quite unfortunate. The reverse happens, especially, and that is why people do say that, digital has issues in building brands. The 1+ in this particular example, and this is a live example, OnePlus is at around 87, but 3 Plus actually sharply falls down to 22.5, though the average OTS is 3.54. If you were to do in TV and say, I've got an average frequency of 3 and I just got 20, people would be a little hesitant because that's not the way the frequency distribution happens. But this is what happens in digital. Now, the way to do change is people started using a lot of metrics. One, there used to be frequency capping. In frequency capping, it says that if there is an individual, you limit the number of frequencies that he gets. But that is not actually building the frequency distribution. What then obviously, brand building has become such a big thing in digital. Today, you have an option of target frequency setting. Just like in TV, you can set a target frequency of 5 or 6, or like I said, generally digital frequency is set at around 7 or 8. You can set that, then the DSP would actually go ahead and buy so that, that frequency distribution is brought in. And that significantly enhances building the brand. So, for example, this is the 2-1 where we haven't bought it on with setting the target frequency. And when you set the target frequency, the distribution becomes very healthy, much similar to TV. So the key thing here is while we are using digital for video, or for building brands, especially digital video, we need to sort of understand ourselves that the evolution of the medium started as performance. It was not actually meant. TV had the advantage of starting off as a brand building medium. Digital, much of its growth on the initial days were because of performance. And therefore, a lot of metrics have been there. And it is also continuously evolving. And we need to be certain that we evolve with how the medium is evolving and we use the right levers to build our brands. So this is what I would like to give a summary. First thing is, TV historically has proven credibility that it has built brands, but increasingly younger audience are moving away from TV, and so therefore a lot of them are light viewers. To supplement light viewers, you have no option. You cannot say, I will rejig the channel mix and get the light viewer. We have done all sorts of experiments. That doesn't work. You need to use other medium, and that's the digital video. Second thing is, most important is to allocate TV and the budgets towards TV and digital quite scientifically. There's a certain amount of bias with certain previous successes in TV. So the older the marketer is, he would say, I will want 100% on TV. And then if you speak to a new age business who has seen a success in the digital world, he will say, let it be 0 on TV and 100 on digital. Both would be wrong, and therefore we have a right way to actually evaluate depending on your both your brand life stage as well as how the audience consume. And that's the best way to allocate the money. Then the third is what I said, digital offers huge targetability, but it doesn't have the power of instant reach that TV brings in. So actually we need to mix both of it, and that's where what we call as through the funnel planning, which we have our own frameworks. Fourth is, like I said, it is very easy to say digital has not built brands, though it has built. But we need to ask ourselves, are we using it the right way? Because the evolution was from performance to branding. Now that every day there are new improvements, and we need to have those catch-ups to ensure that we use digital the right way to build brands. That would be my 4 key takeouts for today's session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Krishnamurthy. I'd here like to invite Ms. Nupur Saxena from the Youth Music, English and Kids Entertainment Viacom18 to please join us on stage to give a small token of appreciation to Mr. Krishnamurthy. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. For our next session, ladies and gentlemen, we have a panel of experts. The topic of discussion is the continued growth of linear TV in today's media landscape. But before we move on to it, I would like to remind the audience to please keep the conversation going on Twitter and Facebook and any other social media platforms of your choice. Don't forget to use the hashtag PMAR 2023. Like I've mentioned, it's written boldly on the screen above the stage, so make sure that you use the hashtag PMAR 2023. Okay, now for the session, we have with us Mr. Sandeep Mehrotra, Head Ad Sales Network Channels SPNI. We also have on the panel Ashish Sehgal, Chief Growth Officer, Advertising Revenue Zeal. And on the panel we have Amruta Nair, Head of Entertainment, Ad Sales and Strategy, Disney Star. And chairing this session is Amol Dighe, CEO Investments and Business Development at Madison Media. Now, as the chairs keep coming up, I'd like our presenters to join us on stage. And if we can give them a very warm welcome with a big round of applause, would be amazing. Very warm welcome to you. Yes, we'll bring the mics to you.
Hello. Hello. Hello, everyone. A very good evening to all of you. I hope you have enjoyed the sessions we've had till now. Quite a few enlightening ones, so to say. But I promise you that this session, which is going to happen, will be as exciting as it can get. Because the topic is obviously a very hot one. Everybody, when the agenda was announced, came to me and spoke to me about, saying that, boss, this topic is going to be very, very exciting for all of us, and we are all looking forward to hear from industry experts who are sitting out here. All three of them are distinguished professionals who have seen the television industry growth for such a long time, and all of us, including me, will be extremely excited to learn and know their thoughts on the television growth ahead. Also, before starting the session, I must say that it is very rare that you get Star, Z and Sony on one platform.
Actually, thank you for that.
I think only Pitch Madison will be able to do it. I hope the stage withstands the weight of these three people. Jumping directly into this session, before that I would just like to thank all three of you again. I'll start directly with pretty much what's the title of the session is, the TV growth. Fortunately, we have seen today that many people touched upon the topic about TV's strength. Mr. Puri spoke about how brands have effectively utilized television. Mr. Batra spoke about how outside numbers brands have utilized television, etc. But it'll be great to know from these three people what stands in terms of future for this industry. Because we have seen a steady increase in the television ad revenue for the past many years now. While the growth has kind of tapered down, but I would say, that's just a blip, hopefully, for the television industry. And I would like to learn from them that in the future, how are they planning to grow the television ad revenue? We can start with Amruta and...
Sure, thank you. And thanks, Sam. Thanks, Vikram and Amol for bringing all of us together. And like you said, this is the first time I think, we are sharing a platform. So on the question that Amol asked, how do we see the future for television and the continued growth? I would put it in two parts. One from a demand perspective and the other from a supply point of view. Television, as all of you know, today reaches out to about 210 million households in the country, which roughly translates to about 900 million people, which is by far the largest medium that you can have in the country. And despite its reach of 210 million homes, it still covers only 2/3 of the country. What it means is there is another 30% or 33% that gives us huge headroom for growth. And I think as broadcasters, our focus will be in the future to build our penetration in those segments. And as consumption grows, demand will follow. And there is another side to the demand. If you look at Indian addicts, the Indian addicts ratio to the GDP is just about 0.3%. And if you look at any developed economies, it is in the range of 0.7 to 1.5%. Even if you were to compare it with comparable economies, it's much, much higher than India. So in the coming years, media addicts is expected to have a dramatic growth. And hence, keeping in mind these two aspects, television is expected to also grow in double digits.
So, Amol, I'll take the liberty of, before giving you the exact answer, giving a little bit of a prelude to it. Day before yesterday, there was a news that the single biggest deal in the history of aviation was done in the country, and there are 470 aircrafts which are going to be bought. India is the second largest economy as far as the road transport is concerned. The total number of roads which are getting built every day is about 50 kilometers. 5.6 million kilometers of road are getting built. One small data point is that 2019 there were about 324 per second UPI transactions. In 2022, it's 2,438. It's doubling every year on year. I would really want to extend what Sam was talking about in his presentation, that it is India shining. It's absolutely India shining. And if that be so, the context is that everybody sitting in this room will see the best of their times and their careers in the years to come. It's not about TV, it's not about digital, it's about everybody will see a great time around. What Amrita was talking about, I completely resonate with her. There is 0.3% of the GDP. I mean, when India is going to grow so exponentially, when 7 years back, we were 74 airports in the country. Today, we are 147. In 3 to 4 years, we will be about 200 airports in the country, with about 10x growth in the number of air flyers every day. Now, which country in the world will talk about that kind of growth? So there can't be any better narrative for anybody and everybody sitting in this room. Everybody will be benefited. One more data point on that is that in my father's generation, if Colgate will come with an ad, they will take about 10 years to set that context up. In my generation, LG will take about 5-6 years to set a narrative. My daughter's generation, it will be about Vivo will take 6 months about to set launch a new platform or launch a new phone. In today's generation, with the new millennials coming in, brands want to become a household name overnight. Now, for becoming a household name overnight, whether it's a traditional brand, and Vikram will understand that what I'm talking about, whether it's a Govardhan Ghees of the world, and brilliantly, fantastic job done, Vikram, on that. I mean, somebody who would not spend a penny on television, and Madison could see a great amount of insight on that and build that up and build a huge platform to becoming a substantial player for our ecosystem. There are brands who need a narrative. There are brands who needs a story. And what better medium than anybody and everybody sitting in this room on telling those stories. So there is a great future for all of us. The only thing, there is a word of caution. There is something which is called confirmation bias. A lot of time when we see these kind of numbers and we see, and I primarily feel, my personal view is, people who are selling TV and people who are selling digital, they see TV as perishing. Rest everybody, whether you talk about media planners, and multiple times I've had these chats with Vikram, in their media planning mix. And when Nagaraj was presenting this, absolutely, absolutely, you could figure out that there is so much of potential in it. You can't do without a TV. So I guess there can't be a better narrative, there can't be a better story tell, there can't be a better time in our careers on it. The last piece which I will talk about, which Nagaraj touched about and Sam touched about, which is a very, very critical piece. It's a generation, or it's a change of course in my mind from TV versus digital to TV and digital. So the most important concept is the word in between, which is and not or. So that's what my view would be.
Good evening, everyone. Let me first welcome each one of you who's come here to hear us. So thank you very much. Thanks, Sam. Thanks, Vikram. And welcome to my panelists here. And thank you, Anmol, for having me here. I would be mostly summing up if I'm the last. So mostly my other panelists have already mentioned very, very vital points as far as the, as far concerning the future growth of television is concerned. Yes, economy is growing despite, the world threatening to go into recession. We are still projecting 6.5% GDP growth, which is a great story, and that shows that the Indian consumer and the habits of Indian consumer are slightly different than what possibly is there in, across the world. And that shows from the way we create, content in this country. Now, if you ask me what is the future of the growth for a linear TV, because TV is, I think, becoming a bastardized word today because it's about watching content or, watching information. And there are multi-platforms which are emerging. So obviously there will be an and world, as, right now he said, Sandeep said. As us as broadcaster, we have to look at our business. And when we as broadcasters see, obviously, we are content creators. Linear TV is another medium for us. But said so, linear TV is the most important and very critical medium for us for growth. And it currently, the revenues for any broadcaster is about of 80% coming from the linear business. So hence very important for us to keep growing it and at the same time even keep protecting it. So I think the challenges are for the broadcaster or the linear TV stakeholders. I would say, to grow this future, all this external environment is there to help us. But what we need to do as, we also have to sit back and think that what we as broadcasters or who are content creators or who are, I would say, linear TV stakeholders, what they need to do to continue to have a future growth in this. There is an opportunity to growth of TV sets, as Samrita mentioned. We are just 70% penetrated, so hence that growth will come. And affordable TVs are being available across the country. There are more and more linear options coming through. Yesterday only, Anurag Thakur mentioned that he's going to put in all the TV sets the tuner, which will have a direct satellite. So that will increase the consumption of TV at homes. So that is one. But most importantly, I think content creation and the distribution of content on linear medium is going to be the key. And thirdly, the other important point is the measurement. Today, I still feel that BARC needs to, put its acts together and needs to do many things than what they are doing right now. If I mention about cricket or any other opportunities which are today, and you have a very, hotly debated topic coming forward about IPL. My point of view is TV, the consumption of cricket or, on linear TV is still going to be much higher. Reason being, what we are monitoring is at home right now. There is a huge amount of viewership which is coming out of home on large screen TVs. What digital is going to propel is an additional amount of viewership through small, mobile phones or small handsets. And that's where, so catch up is going to happen. If I'm not at home, I will watch it on my phone. But if I'm at home, I'm definitely going to watch it on my TV. So then, that is what, I mean, Nagaraj made a very valid point here today, that integrated media solution has to be there for brands. So that is more from a media planning perspective. And that pie has to come to linear TV as well. So how will linear TV will sustain its consumer? Because consumer is sitting in the middle of everything. As long as linear TV is able to reach to the consumer as entertaining them, it's going to grow. And there are many phases to that. I mean, it is going to. Why? Everywhere else in the world, your linear TV coming to your home was more expensive than the digital or the OTT options which came. In India, it's reverse. India, the linear TV opportunity or your cable bill is still not more than $300. Whereas if I aggregate all the OTT options put together, they still cross more than 650 to 680 if I take Netflix at $199 from a per month perspective. So obviously, and then there is data consumption over and above that. So there is a huge bill which is going from the pockets of the consumer. We have, only what, I don't know the exact number of taxpayer, but I think it's only 5% to 10% people in the country who pay tax, right? I mean, they are the one who have discretionary income, but there is a huge amount of population who's looking for entertainment. Where will they go? They have to go on to linear TV because that's what they can afford right now. And lastly, I would say, content creation, or I would say the content, the way it has been on linear TV, especially in the entertainment side, there is two vast difference here. On linear TV, you continue to see fiction shows which are long drawn, which you can't, binge watch. And why do people still continue to watch that, especially females? It's because they're following characters. There's a huge influencer economy which is emerging. But the biggest influencer is sitting on linear TV. They are every day influencing you. Every day female is following that consumer, the character. And that is why they're not there for stories. Whereas the OTT is bringing you a content where the hero is the story, the script, not the character. So there is a vast difference of content creation which is happening across both the mediums. Hence, this content will be the mainstay of having, or I would say differentiating between the two consumer. And I think that is what will propel, TV growth in future. Distribution is key. Cable TV guys and DTH have to, get their act together and possibly fight the other mediums or the other platforms. I think they need to become a little more accountable. Infrastructure investment has to be there in these mediums, because if we are able to get return per data, there is a lot more which brands can do through linear TV, because then it will be two-way talk. So those are few things which I think in future will definitely happen.
Thank you, Ashish. I think summing it up, what I hear from all three of you is increased penetration. I hear India shining, higher GDP, which is going to lead to the growth, and also about content, distribution and creation. But coming to specific, this all is great to know, and obviously we are in agreement over here, but slightly deep diving into specifics. See, for example, in the last few years, we have seen one lever which which propels the growth of the television industry. I'm not talking about that lever in Andheri. So what happens is, for example, if you look at last year, sports was the category which drove the growth on television medium, right? Future, what is going to happen? Which are the areas? Like, we also saw impact in some years. We saw regional channels coming up in some years. What more? Yeah, I mean, broadly these categories. But if you go ahead in the next few years, I would like to hear from you on which are the categories which are actually going to drive this growth. I think anybody can take this,
Okay, I'll go first. I would say sports will continue to be one of the key growth levers. If you look at the key broadcasters, there are multiple of them, they have invested big monies in sports. So that is one aspect. And the other aspect that I would talk about is, there is just so much noise around premium audiences that is available on the big screen. I'm saying big screen, not necessarily linear television, right? Ever since the noise around connected TV has started, we have started seeing an increased interest from advertisers on the HD homes that linear television can reach out to. So in the last 2 years, if you look at it, just in the NCCS A cohort, you can see about 53% of growth in HD homes. And this comes with the benefit of the big TV, big screen effect. And it also delivers consistently even in the BARC data. Right? Time spent, if you look at SD home versus HD homes, it continues to be equal or greater than the SD homes. So this is one segment that we would see in the coming years would scale up or help us expand the ad space. Third point is something Ashish already pointed out. There is a very large influencer economy right out there. Advertisers are increasingly wanting to have more and more influencers talking about their brands. If you look at the broadcast business or the linear television, the last 2.5 decades, advertisers have been looking at us for the ad breaks. You come to us to buy inventory from us, but our first identity is actually content and characters. And this content is built to bring audiences day after day. Something that is very difficult to aggregate. Aggregation of audiences day after day is not an easy challenge, easy job anymore. At the same time, it also comes with characters that have great influence on consumers. They have the ability to change consumers' behavior. And we will see advertisers and brands using these content and characters more and more on linear TV. And the fourth point is something for, I think over a decade we have tried, but never really succeeded. Bringing a common currency for across TV and digital. Like you all have seen the presentation that Nagaraj put up. You can see that the more narrower the TG becomes, CPM becomes expensive. But the wider the TG is, it is far more economical than any other medium in the country. So it's important that we start calling out not necessarily CPM. Like he said, it's the completed view on television. If you start calling this out, advertisers will get to see what is the comparable CPM between television and digital, and not just advertisers, all of us for that matter. And that is when it would become very pronounced that the efficiency of television is not only about building reach at a rapid scale, it is also about doing it at a very economical manner. Lastly, in the last few years, we've also seen, this is in one of my conversations with Sam that this came up. There has been an increasing trend of agency pitches on very, committing deflationary pricing. Right? Many examples, all of you would be thinking of it at this point. I don't want to give examples, but at the same time, we must remember that this has a massive, massive impact on television addicts. On one side, we talk about, TV could have grown a little more, but at the same time, we're also to be blamed for it. So these are the few points that, that come to my mind.
Thanks, Amrita. I think the last point is also about demand supply, isn't it? I think that requires a very different session to talk about that way. But coming to the earlier point of integrated media, which you spoke about, I just want to know how integrated plans can actually increase the addicts on television. I didn't understand that, to be honest.
Integrated media plan.
When you say from a CPM perspective.
So, for example, the chart that he put up, you can see that if somebody is looking at, let's say, 2+, you can say single-digit CPM or CPCV you can get on television. But this is not something that you can even get on digital, right? That kind of number doesn't exist because it's a flat line. Any TG that you look at, the CPM or CPCV would become like 4 times of that CPM. But television comes at broader TG, much cheaper, single digit, narrower TG. It could become expensive, but at the same time, it can build reach at a rapid scale.
We'll surely take this proposal to the digital mediums, don't worry. So thanks for the thoughts. And Ashish, I'll come to you on a very important aspect of television again, which is fragmentation of audiences. I'll throw some numbers out here. 900 plus channels on television, 578 channels monitored by BARC. But if you look at the share of viewership vis-a-vis the share of revenue, it shows a very different story. And I'll tell you how. The top 75 channels in the country account for about 65% of the total viewership in India. However, when it comes to revenue, the same top 75 channels account for about 70% approximately of the revenue. And I'll tell you why I'm asking this, because one of the strengths of linear TV is the ability to build reach at higher frequencies. We all agree to it. We've seen it in the presentations, etc. And it's an established fact. Don't you think it's time for some bit of consolidation? Because what's happening today is, because of so many channels, viewership obviously is getting fragmented. So we have to buy multiple channels to reach audiences, and probably it is not letting the TV industry also charge a premium for reach. So for example, if a rating gets consolidated in one channel, obviously you guys will get a better CPRP, CPM for it. So don't you think, maybe it's a question you might be not able to answer in the current context, but fundamentally, don't you think that fragmentation is a big issue with when building ad volumes?
Okay. Firstly, let me ask you this. Will you ask the same question to all the digital guys? They don't fragment. Okay. Let me tell you, the data says linear TV medium is the most simplest way of entertainment. Okay. Still, TV is easier to reach, easier to, search when it is going through either cable or this thing. So that is one about the searchability or the availability of the content, right? Whereas today, digital is a vast medium where searching itself takes a lot of time. By the time you would have watched a half-an-hour show on TV. So that's the way things goes as far as the consumer convenience is concerned. Now coming to, a vast number of channels which are not still giving you rating. See, yes, 75 odd, 80 odd channels gives you the majority of the reach. But in Sam's slide also and Nagraj's slide also, you were talking about that we are unable to catch light viewers. Where do you find those light viewers? They are actually fleeting around on those channels. Okay. Unfortunately, when the media planning started, you have always looking at, when you plan on TV, you say, I want, immediate reach, 2 plus, 3 plus in frequency and so much reach I want. And you plan TV only for that. You're not planning for TV for light viewers, and that's where you're missing these viewers. And those other 250 odd channels are providing you that. And that includes a lot of news channel in that. News is giving you information as you go. And on the TV, there are so many news breaks which are happening. If those channels are not available on TV, you think, will that be viable in terms from a consumer interest point of view also? One. Then coming to, shutting those channels or consolidating those channels, there is another point that, TV business or broadcast business does not survive only on advertising. A large part of revenue comes from distribution or the subscription. And if those channels are available today in the regimes of NTO 2.0 or 3.0 today, each consumer is taking that channel by its choice, right? Hence, those are today standing and being distributed. which means there is somebody to pay for those channels. And if somebody is paying for that channel, which means somebody is viewing that channel. Fine. Now, same thing when you look at a premium audiences. You stop looking at English or niche such channels. Okay, the consumer may be small out there, or the number of consumers who are subscribing for that may be very small, but they are very discerning viewers, right? When you do those, targeted reach, campaigns on a YouTube or some other channels, I think the way you should look at these niche channels is that you should look at that as a targeted audience, campaigns. And you can choose those channels for advertising. It is the advertisers, I would say, distrust which has gone, or ignorance which is actually hurting these channels. They deserve to have much more adX than what they are getting today. And that will propel the other, Amrita just mentioned, HD is certainly come in fashion because, connected TV is being talked about and people are vying for it. Half of the inventory was going khali some time back. Now, there is demand for HD TV as well. Because suddenly you realized, oh, there was a premium viewer already sitting there. Why did I forget in my media plan? But when connected TV, so something which is in fashion, so media planner has to start thinking that those will add to your total reach. And everywhere else on digital, the planning is done on your reach, not on only frequency. Because you put a 2 frequency cap, which means frequency is not a buzzword on digital, right? It is all about the reach. It's more number of impressions. If you build your plan on smaller channels, your impressions go up at much lower cost.
But I have a difference of opinion over here on what you said. See, it is all about reach, as you're saying rightly. But when you start adding these long tail channels, it is not adding to any incremental reach for our plan. See, ultimately the objective is to reach an X amount of target audience at an X amount of frequency. But when you start, like I said, beyond the point, these channels do not add any significant reach. Hence the consolidation question. It was not about whether you are getting distribution revenue from these channels and hence you should look at consolidating. It is purely from a planning point of view.
So, I also differ from your point of view because see, you are looking at I don't know how you're adding. If you're adding a Hindi niche channel to an Hindi plan, may not add the reach. But you may add a regional, niche channel to your other, it may add your reach. So really depends upon, or an English channel or an infotainment channel. It's not that you are not getting that viewer on that particular channel or a mass channel. But when he's watching those, unique content channel, his interest level is different. And I think it is also about the recognizability of your ad during those, content at the time when you're viewing that content. It also helps you. Otherwise, the same guy is watching 20 different things, but you're trying to catch him on YouTube, you're trying to catch him on some digital, you're publishing news publishing digital site or some other, similar OTT platform. It's the argument can be the same, right? And as I said, that most important for us, the long tail channel also add to the subscription revenue. Media planning, of course, we are invited to look at more sharply your media planning, but from a business sense, they do make sense because they're still giving us money because subscriber is paying for it. And if subscriber is paying for it, which means he's a discerning consumer, and you should not, leave him out from your media planning.
That's an interesting point. Thank you for that. Next, I'll ask you, Sandeep, about what Amrita also mentioned in terms of the CPM comparison. See, what we have seen is there are lots and lots of small advertisers who are, advertising on the digital medium. You can pretty much, do a 3 lakh or a 5 lakh or a 10 lakh or a 15 lakh plan and, do some reasonable activity on the digital media. Obviously, he cannot do it on the larger channels, television, linear channels. Even regionally, for example, he cannot, actually make any dent in or any presence felt, to be honest. Don't you think that you're losing out an opportunity of capturing those audiences? The second leg of the point is, if you remember the Doordarshan, time, when DD used to run its prime content in, I think, 7 to 10 o'clock time band in the evening, on Sunday mornings, where they used to telecast all their bigger programs, Om Namah Shivayas and of the world and Mahabharats of the world. In the afternoon, then they used to switch to the regional feeds. And then you used to have regional programming on the main national network channel. Can there be a possibility of doing something like this on a GEC channel? See, for example, what we have observed is in Hindi-speaking markets, in markets like Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, which are core Hindi-speaking states, and markets like Maharashtra, West Bengal, Northeast, where a lot of content still is consumed in the local language. Right? That's why you have all these regional channels. But if there is an opportunity which can be created to advertise on national channels, on the GEC channels, wherein you have some regional feed. It can be an Awadhi program or a Bhojpuri program or a Marathi program for that matter. Is this possible from a monetization perspective? And even from a technological point of view, I think there was a split beam technology which allowed you to telecast local ads. And I'm sure this can be done for content also. But whether it is feasible or not is something we'd like to hear from you.
So first things first, you said that the digital is able to control a lot of long tail advertisers. I think it's the biggest opportunity for TV. I strongly feel so it's the biggest opportunity for TV. Because those long tail advertisers, whenever they become to a certain critical size, to become big, they will need TV as a medium. It's a cross-feeding mechanism in my mind. It's a flywheel which will be that at some point in time, and again going back to Sam's presentation, at some point in time, TV will choke some client's growth. So therefore, you will have to go out and use digital. At some point in time, when you have crossed a certain threshold of digital, you will need TV to go out and make yourself big. I think it's a fantastic time for both the mediums to keep feeding into each other. So first things first is that. Second thing is a little detour again. I think what you were talking about, there is, and my personal opinion is that, again I will go back and Vikram take the same example of Govardhan. It's one of my most favorite examples these days. I have been talking about it in multiple forums. What it used to spend on, and also taking from Mr. Puri what he talked about, there is only relevant thing which is called customer centricity. And in my mind, there are only three cohorts. One is what we telecast, which is our viewers. One is our clients, and other is our client's customer, who is our viewers. If you are able to create a web between these three, you are home. A lot of TV solves will not happen only on TV, and nobody knows it better than, I guess, you guys. The amount of work which we have done on Asian Paints with you guys, which is a TV solve, is getting triggered somewhere else on a different ecosystem. And the amount of, and people talk about the attribution of TV. So Madison came up with a proposition of Govardhan Ghee, and they took KBC as a sponsorship. The sponsorship, in my mind, one of the most brave moves of them coming on board on the KBC association. And I truly feel that they had the guts in them to look for that kind of an association. They did a 6 weeks association. That 6-week association finally ended up into 18 weeks. And what the client tells us, and what the client tells Madison, is that the client gets queries out of Haryana, the client gets queries out of Rajasthan, and the client says that I am getting queries that I want to take your franchisee because we want you to create a business in these kind of markets. If this is not attribution, you know, the game ultimately will be only played with one thing, which is what Mr. Puri was talking about, which is customer centricity. Gone are the days that we used to be traditionally in our mode of broadcast, that what we will telecast is what everybody will consume, and what a planner will buy, and what at the end of the day we will only fluctuate on entry versus exit. Game is about evolution. And if anybody has to go out and be relevant into the piece of business, and yes, Mr. Puri, when you were talking about the KBC, Shubharamb kiya jaye, I mean, we were the ones who did that association, because at that point in time, your creator was talking about Shubharamb, and we wanted to take that as the pulse and wanted to create a narrative. And therefore, every time when Mr. Bachchan walked into the set of KBC, he said that, ab game ka Shubharamb karte hain, and every time there was a winner, for him to get a high point was not only money. Cadbury was a moment of gratification at that point in time. If you have got this pulse, that there is a client and there is a customer and there is a viewer, and I will create amongst these three cohorts, I will create a interconnectivity, whether you are doing digital, whether you are doing TV, you are in the game. And nobody can get you out of the game. TV will see its exponential growth, not for everybody. For relevant people who are able to give relevant solutions, but not for everybody. And what you were talking about, the only thing which I have learned in recent times is that everything is possible. So what you were talking about, I mean, that's something that from a content side, from an advertising side, we should explore to figure out where is the next growth phase. Growth is not going to come on the table. We'll have to go and walk to the table where the growth is. But there is ample growth for anyone and every one of us.
That's good to hear.
I'll just add to him what I think today television is already, tapping the long tail. And it is by, launching all these each regional market channels. So there are regional focus channels which are contributing to the growth of long tail businesses. Especially when you sit right now, there are so many channels which don't add reach. Is because you're looking at an all India plan. But there is one channel who is possibly working in Uttar Pradesh and primarily those are news channels or very unique content channels which are addressing that region's specific content opportunity. They are the one who are getting those long tail channels and they may not even feature in your plan of things. And hence you say that my media plan is not making sense. But here is that guy, for him that channel is making sense. And which is why you still see the mushrooming growth of, more and more channels. Avinash said there are 2 channels who just launched recently in news channels, right? So why are they launching? They see some, money on the table. Obviously, that is why they're coming. So there is a long tail development which is happening across the market. In fact, this financial year, there is a huge retail advertising growth which has happened. While the large advertisers have held back their money or not really grown that, but there is a lot of AdX growth which has happened from the retail, and Amrita would, possibly agree to me, because they also have a huge bouquet of regional channels there. So I think that is where the long tail business is getting arrested.
Point taken.
Yeah, Amol, you asked 2 questions actually. One is the SME part of it. If I were to look at it, in fact, I admire what digital has done for these smaller businesses. And that is the big value that it has added to the media addicts. And if somebody has to a small boutique in a really small town, and I think Gauravji is sitting here, what Facebook can actually do for that particular brand is it can reach out to that smaller cohort of consumers that it is targeting. This possibly is not something that television can reach out to. But at the same time, what we must remember is the same Meta or Google or YouTube, our characters are also present over there. They are big influencers. Like the point that I mentioned earlier, if we were to use these characters and content to actually help the SMEs to build their businesses in their respective smaller geographies, maybe on linear television it can't do. But the assets, that is, its content and its characters can do, but on digital, right? Having said that, the last, like Ashish mentioned, I represent the largest regional network, linear network in India. We have brands that we have acquired in the last 10 years. These brands existed like for the last 25 years. Asianet is a good example. There is a very large regional enterprises AdX base that we have in these markets. Kerala's ad revenue is in fact fueled by the local enterprises. They're only available in Kerala. They're not available in the rest of the state. Similarly, some of these brands, right from the beginning, like Kalyan Jewellers, Malabar Gold, so many of these brands, Pankaja Kasturi, all of them started out and built these brands on television. Maybe with just one store in a town in Kerala, Thrissur, Kalyan Jewellers used to advertise on television. Today, it has more than 100 showrooms across the country and outside of India as well. Tamil Nadu is another big example. I would give credit to Sun Network as well. Over 30% of our ad revenue comes from the local enterprises. So television, wherever you have a very strong regional product, you are able to have a good ADEX contribution from local enterprises. Maybe this is something that we haven't been able to crack in the HSM geography, considering it is a very, very large geography and there are still advertisers available or targeting like smaller geographies within HSM. This is something, maybe it's an input from you, this question possibly would open up our minds and we possibly would come up with some solutions. Yeah, and there was another question on fragmentation. No, you asked one more question about, no, long tail and yeah, yeah, that I think, Sandeep, I agree with him. We are known for consumer centricity, right? And we do tons of research before we take any show out on air. Like for every 5 show that you see on air, another 5 show gets rejected. Right at the story stage, shoot stage, pilot episodes are created, we take it to the consumer, they don't like it, we have to alter it, sometimes that alteration itself don't work. So the level of consumer focus that we have, it is huge. So we don't really believe in simply dubbing and giving a show in multiple languages. Instead, we would like to create content in their respective languages. Like India is many Indias, it's culturally very nuanced. There are shows that travel across states. There are multiple examples that I can give you. There is a show called Srimoi. It was originated in Bengal. It went to every single market across India. It is in Hindi as Anupama, Telugu, Tamil, Malayalam, Kannada, all of it. All of these combined for cumulative audiences, if you look at it, the same story must be reaching out to about 150 million people consistently. And that is the power of content, story, only if you make it in the manner the consumer wants to see, in the language they want to see, in the form of relatable characters. So from that point of view, technology is available. But the objective, we need to be a little more clear whether it is this way or some other way that we should look at.
As anticipated, we're running out of time because I knew this is not going to be wrapped up in the stipulated time. But just coming to the end of it, Amrita, this is for you, and I know you're very passionate about the comparison between linear versus digital, and unfortunately, it is inevitable at this point of time. You touched upon the CTV part briefly, but from an overall reach perspective, see, for example, we know the YouTube numbers are in excess of 450 million. Then you have each and every OTT platform coming and talking about, the average monthly users in excess of 100 million. So arithmetically, if you just combine all of these, it looks like, hey, digital video is kind of coming to the reach of television, the linear television part. How do you combat this here?
Do we need to combat? Is my counter question to you. So, see, inherently, that question...
questions are being asked now.
Absolutely.
Maybe,
I know I hear it like every single meeting that I go to, right? And like I said, there is just so much noise around digital, proliferation and connected TV and multiple other things. But the fact is, it should be asked in a slightly different way. If YouTube has 450 million consumer base, television has 900 million. Why are we forgetting that it is incrementally adding another 450 million? Right? And are we assuming that OTT is actually incremental over YouTube? I don't think so.
No, we are not.
Right? So the reach, fundamentally, if you look at it, it is that 450 million, and digital deserves what it deserves. It is also reaching out to consumers. It's not that, but the fact is, going back to the pricing, how economical it is. Right? We've also seen. And the brand building capability that television has, the aggregate audiences that it can bring, the collective audiences that it can bring. It lifts brand conversations. It aids brand memorability. And it would also translate into business outcomes. The challenge that we are facing, or what we have not done, is, he mentioned in the conversation that we have not really claimed attribution. Right? The last mile player always gets the attribution.
We're running really short on time. We've already overshot 15 minutes on the session. We'd have to wrap up if you could please.
All of us are
Amol.
passionate talkers maybe. Yeah.
We see that, absolutely.
No, I understand
Appreciate
that.
it.
And thank you for bearing with us. And I would really like to thank, again, Amrita, Sandeep and Ashish for joining this session. We could have loved to go on for at least an hour more, but I think it was very, very insightful. And as I said, hearing it from the three industry leaders gives that kind of difference. So huge round of applause for all three of them. And thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. And may I request you to come forward for a picture together, while I also invite Mr. Vikram Sakhuja to please join us and give a small token of appreciation to our panelists and our moderator as well. A big round of applause to our panelists and our moderator. Thank you so very much. When passionate speakers come together to talk about a passionate topic, it does happen to go overboard. But we are moving forward for our next session. Before we do that, I'm going to quickly thank our partners once again, our presenting partner ABP News Aapko Rakhe Aage, and our co-powered by partner Dangal TV, a leading Hindi GEC channel. Can we have our partner presentation on screen, please?
The success story of Dangal TV is a green light journey, but the one that is most real. A vision that became a mission and reached the city of dreams, Mumbai. Today, Dangal TV is ruling the hearts of millions with Dangal TV, India's #1 prime-time Hindi TV channel. The network is leading in Hindi GEC space with Dangal TV as India's most watched general entertainment channel that enjoys the highest primetime ratings and unbeatable reach. The channel is creating absolutely original and impactful content relatable to the deepest aspirations of Indian audience. Be it family drama,
हमें क्या पता माँ कैसी होती है,
mythology,
जय हनुमान, संकट मोचन नाम दियारो,
crime,
मर्डर हुआ है, केस अभी शुरू होगा,
comedy,
नाम है हमारा बेटा,
supernatural fantasy,
इश्क की दास्तां, राजवाणी,
and much more. Dangal TV, a network that has made its mark in the hearts of millions of Indians. Dangal TV.
Thank you so much once again to our partners. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a slight change in the agenda. We're going to have our next panel discussion post this standalone session. So currently, we're going to have a session which is going to talk about the growing importance of retail media. And to do the honors, may I please invite on stage, amidst a huge round of applause, Ms. Sankalp Mehrotra, Vice President Monetization at Flipkart. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Mehrotra.
For moving forward? Yeah, okay. Hi, good evening everyone. My name is Sankalp and I manage monetization for Flipkart. That was quite a discussion we just had on television, right? So without getting into the debate of one versus the other, I'm going to take the next 10 or 15 minutes to talk about what really is happening in commerce media, right? Through the session, I just want to leave you with items perhaps, right? I'll take maybe 2 minutes to just set up context. I'll talk of what is happening in the market. I'll talk of what we are doing at Flipkart to grow the ecosystem, to grow e-commerce and to grow commerce advertising. And last, I'll show you a couple of examples of how brands are already using commerce advertising. Just starting with right off the bat, India is already we already have the third largest shopping base, e-commerce shopping base in the world, right? Uh, if you really think about it, there are a bunch of factors that are facilitating this growth. The first is there is, let's say, cheap and ubiquitous data which is available to everyone now. Second is ride of middle class, right? So 2019, 2020, give or take, there were about 180 to 200 million households that you would classify as middle income households. That number is set to increase to about 300 million by 2027, right? So that is the kind of growth that is happening. The third factor is the rise of Gen Z, right? So they are part of the key consuming segment now. So all digital natives are now slap bang in the shopping funnel, right? So that is the third thing, which actually reflects in the numbers, right? So the market is set to grow to about 170 billion by 2027. I'll stick my neck out and say this will happen perhaps a year or so earlier, right? So, and if you look at any geography, right, e-commerce follows a very predictable kind of a trajectory. So there are three phases in e-commerce, right? The first is when there's early adoption that happens. The second phase is that of growing stickiness. And the third phase is when massification starts to happen. We are right now in phase two, moving rapidly towards phase three. So that is a bit about the market. Now talking about what is happening in commerce media. If you really think about it, commerce media is the third big wave, right? So let's say around 2000 is when search really started to come to the fore, and that really leapfrogged digital advertising. 2009-10 is when social started to come to the fore, social and video actually, which added further impetus to digital advertising. And for the last 3 or 4 years, commerce advertising has taken center stage, right? And just look at the numbers. In China, nearly 50% of the digital AdX is now commerce ads. In the US, that number is about 15%. It's growing at a CAGR of close to 25%. So it's growing faster than the market. And I don't see this number reported at a lot of places, but if I were to tell you the size of commerce advertising in India, last year it was already north of $1 billion. That is the size of the market as it is today, right? And it is growing at a pace which is much faster than the growth of digital, right? And why is this happening? Like, what are some factors that are really fueling this growth? I'll just leave you with 3 or 4 points. The first is search verticalization, right? Think about us as consumers. Our search behavior have changed fundamentally. You would typically go to a horizontal to search for everything a couple of years back. Now, when you're looking for music, you'll go to a Spotify or a Ghana. When you're looking for food, you'll go to a Zomato or a Swiggy. And when you need to do product shopping, you will come to a destination such as ours, right? In the US, 70% of product queries have already migrated off horizontals, right? In India, that number is close to 35%. I think this year that number is going to breach 50%. So user journeys are starting with commerce destination. That verticalization is the first big factor. Second thing, is the fact that today, more and more users, even if they need to purchase offline, they will be coming to a destination like ours and researching online. I dare say we would be one of the largest research destinations in the country today. Just so that you understand what I'm talking about. Of the total number of smartphones that are sold in the country, I'm talking online and offline put together, we get 4 times the number of hits on our platform on a monthly basis. Right? So anyone who's buying offline too would be coming to a destination and then making their purchase, whether they buy online or whether they buy offline. That's the second thing. Third thing really is think about it. The customer is already there to shop, right? And for the longest time, advertisers have been trying to close loop or have that full funnel view of what exactly is happening to their advertising dollars. And that is what commerce media facilitates, right? So all of these are factors in any geography that you look at, you see the numbers rising, and which is what is mentioned on the slide here. Just moving further, there are a bunch of changes that we're, again, just going back to what is happening in the market. And for simplicity, I'll just leave you again with 3 points. The first big trend that is happening in e-commerce is micro-segmentation, right? So you see a wide cohort of customers who are coming in. Like I said, there is a stage of early adopters, then there is growing stickiness, and there's massification. So, today you will see Gen Z shopping on the platform. You will see tier 2, tier 3 people shopping on the platform. You'll see women shopping on the platform. And each one of them have different barriers, and each one of them have different motivations, right? So micro-segmentation is the first big change that is happening. The second is there are a bunch of new models that are emerging for e-commerce, right? So think social-led commerce, think video commerce, think quick commerce, right? All these are things that are happening in the ecosystem. And the third thing is really around a bunch of new experiences that are getting created. You will have AR, VR, you will have a bunch of other things that are happening. So these are top three, let's say, changes that are happening within the e-commerce space. And we are at the cusp of, trying to do multiple things for so many changes that are happening, right? So if I think about how we get newer customers into the fold, how do we get more tier 2, tier 3 customers starting to come and shop? We built out a hyper-value platform called Shopsy. There are a bunch of things that we're doing in fintech. And there are a lot of initiatives underway to bring the next 200 million customers to shop online. If I look at engagement, a bunch of things that we're doing in personalization. I won't talk through each of these points. If I look at a bunch of innovations that we're doing, so whether it is AR, VR, whether it is building an NFT marketplace or leading in video commerce, we've been doing all of that. Last but not the least are a bunch of things that we are creating on advertising, right? So think of it in two broad buckets. There are a bunch of consumer-facing innovations that are being done, and there are a bunch of things that are being done for the advertisers. And marrying the two is what really creates value. Let me just give you some examples. On one of the slides, I had mentioned that there are, or the number I think is 3 on 5, right? So nearly 6% of people who are new to online are coming from tier 2 and tier 3, right? Now, most of these customers, or large chunk of these customers from this cohort, are more comfortable with vernaculars, right? They have a challenge when it comes to finding content on any e-commerce platform. They need some assistance when it comes to their shopping, and they need affordability, right? So access is one dimension of creating success. Affordability is the other dimension of creating success. And if you look at just the examples that I've put, right, there is gamification that we've done across the entire funnel. There is real-time personalization, right, which means that if you're a new customer who's starting to shop on e-commerce, typically the gateway categories for people to enter e-commerce would be fashion or electronic accessories, just some coupons that are provided for you to start your journey, right? We are available in 12 languages, and then we have pay later as a facility, which actually allows customers to buy now and pay at a later time, right? So think about creating access and affordability both. If I think about driving deeper engagement, so one part of the journey is thinking about customers that are new or who are coming into the shopping fold. The other is what do you do for customers who are already, on the platform, right? So there are a bunch of things that we have done, in which we've reimagined our homepage, and for premier customers, right? So people who've been early adopters have now been using e-commerce for a long period of time. We've created a mall mode, which means that the selection that we curate here is branded and what a premium customer might want. The experience that they get on the platform also is very, very different, right? So there is huge amount of personalization being done. And the last bit is a bunch of future forward innovations that we're doing. So today, through Flipkart camera, you can actually see the goods that you want to buy in your room, right? We've done a bunch of things around live commerce, right? And we've also built out an NFT marketplace. I think these were largely the consumer-facing innovations or things that we're doing that I wanted to talk about. Now, if I just step back, think about it, users take a lot of action on our platform, right? They browse through products, okay? They'll do what we call as PPVs, which is product page views, look at multiple products before making a purchase. They might add things to cart or buy later. They might use multiple kind of payment instruments. They might use cash. They might use, let's say, buy now, pay later. They might use credit cards. They might use UPI. And it is our ability to understand all of these actions that allows us to build an intent spectrum, right? Again, if you think about it, customer intent is not really singular, right? On one of the end of the spectrum would be strong intent. And an example of that would be, you come onto our platform, you know you want to buy a handset, you look at the handset, you search for the handset, and you make the purchase. That is strong intent. If you made a purchase for a handset, in all likelihood, you'll perhaps want to buy a mobile case or a cover, or even an earphone, right? That is an example of nascent intent, right? Latent intent can be, an example could be someone who's bought diapers. Maybe toys is the right selection to surface to that customer. And then there is new intent, right? How do you create serendipity? How do you make customers discover things that they do not know exist, right? So I think with all our understanding of user journeys, we are able to build an intent spectrum. And using that intent spectrum, there are a bunch of scalable advertising opportunities that we've already built out. Think of anything and everything that can happen on digital, whether it is search, whether it is video, whether it is display, whether it is, even sampling for that matter, right? Today your sampling is completely spray and pray. We can hyper-personalize that, right? And tell you what exactly is happening with the customer after they've received the sample. For maybe up to 6 months, you can actually track consumer behavior. Bunch of other things. So everything is available today, not just on platform, but even off platform too, right? So I'll go back to my example of intent or the intent spectrum that I spoke about. In an anonymized fashion, we are able to put this intent off platform, so you can reach users across all of open internet and even on social, right? So there is no part of digital, or there is nothing that is happening on digital that you cannot utilize. And with our registered base of over 450 million customers, this is as large a media that there is. Just giving you some quick examples, won't spend a lot of time, but this is something that was done for Happilo, some AR gamification, which led to massive increase as far as their numbers are concerned. This is something which is interesting, right? So when you typically think of advertising, you think of something which is literally slapped in the consumer's face, right? But there are ways of doing it better. And this is what we've done for PMAR, right? Where the user would see a welcome message, and then you would ask the user questions, right? What kind of a shoe do you want to buy? What activity do you want to buy it for? What is your style or color preference? And using that, you can show them a curated selection. Not surprisingly, it performed very, very well for the brand, right? So you are limited only by your imagination in terms of what you can do on platforms such as ours, right? And last is something that I wanted to talk about, which we've done for Colgate. I spoke about our ability to put intent off platform too. So imagine basis actions that users might have taken on our platform. You can reach users off platform, bring them back to complete the purchase. So whether it is trying to retarget customers, whether it is for new customer acquisition, whether it is to drive a higher velocity deep in your funnel, you can do all of that. And I think that should be it, yeah. Globally, if you look at it, what we're seeing is that on commerce, spends are only rising. We expect 80% of spends on commerce to be net new. 30 to 40%. I think the large belief that exists today is that commerce is meant only for bottom of the funnel, right? Nothing could be further from truth. At this point of time, about 40% of the dollars that are being spent on commerce are actually on brand building. And I believe that commerce media now needs to be a part of every outreach. And that's it. Thank you very much. I hope I've wrapped up in time. There you go. Thank you.
Please stay a moment here with me. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome Mr. Akshay Singhal, Director, Dangal TV, to please join us on stage and give a small token of appreciation to Mr. Mehrotra. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much. Thank you. Here's a humble request to all our guests out here. If you'd like to step out, please do so before the session or after. Or all those who are outside would like to join us back, then do so right now. As we move towards our next session. Our next session, ladies and gentlemen, is going to discuss the topic of our advertisers undervaluing the role and importance of IMC. Speaking on the topic, we have with us Somasri Bose, Chief Marketing Officer for Marico, Vinay Subramaniam, Chief Marketing Officer for Pidilite Industries Limited. We also have on the panel Ashwin Murthy, Chief Marketing Officer, Godrej Consumer Products Limited. The session will be moderated by Mr. Vikram Sakhuja, Partner and Group CEO, Madison Media and OOH. May I request all of you to join me in welcoming our moderator and panelist for the session. Welcome, Vikram. Welcome to our panelists. Please do join us.
Very good evening. I promise we will not talk TV versus digital for the next 30-35 minutes. What we will talk, however, is advertising versus IMCs. Now, you know, when I started my career 30-something years back with Procter & Gamble, the company knew only advertising, and that also only TV advertising. For the love of money or anything, you couldn't get them to do anything else. Then I spent 5 years in Coke, and suddenly the game changed to IMCs, activation, touchpoint marketing, a whole lot of non-reach frequency built media plans. And then, of course, in my agency life, I spent a lot of time with Lever, where, again, activation was very, very core to their very being. I think Madison's best calling card for what I think is the best IMC done ever and across 10 years has been transforming Cadbury's from a gift for someone you love to a Muh Meetha moment. Now, all of this happened, and of course, there are plenty more examples that we've got. But in the last 7-8 years, if I've been looking back, I somehow feel that with all this journey planning, performance marketing, top of the funnel stuff, has IMC somehow got a little shaded. Now, to discuss the role of IMC or the relevance of IMC in today's world, I couldn't have a better panel than this. You've already been introduced to you. We've got Ashwin from Godrej, Vinay from Pidilite, and of course, Shoma from Marico. So let's just kick this off by, let's start on a fun note. Shoma, we'll start with you. Tell us, in your illustrious career, which is the one IMC that you've done that has really been close to your heart. And we'll go around the panel on this one.
Audible now? Yeah. So my favorite one is the one where we launched the brand Godrej Air, especially because there was no money. That to me is the favorite one.
You want to talk about it, let them know what it is?
So essentially, Godrej Air, which will be about 10 years old now, it is a home freshener, home and car freshener brand. And we launched it in 2012. And the best part is when you are launching a brand, the monies are absolutely limited. Almost like, you know, if there is some spare money after the core categories and brands in the company, you would be spending on this. That is where actually what we tried was experiential marketing, given that it was a fragrance category. And that's where we had to go much, much beyond television, which was the traditional media. And at that point of time, digital was just about taking off. Print has been big around that time. So we used all sorts of sources of reach while maximizing on ROI for every penny spent. So we fragranced the newspaper for the first time, and literally at a ₹1 cost reached out to consumers, lakhs of consumers in their households, creating that fragrance experience. reached out to consumers on radio while they were, driving, hence tapping onto them at the most relevant moment, which is while they are in their car. Why don't they think of fragrancing their car and making their driving experience better? And television, of course, to get a mass awareness of the brand. So, with limited monies, what we did was within 3 years, we actually became the market leaders, and guess who we toppled? We actually toppled Procter & Gamble. And that, for us, was a big, big win, and hence the power of IMC, according to me.
Wonderful. Ashwin, your turn.
Yeah, I got to go way back. It shows you how much of a reach-based planner I am. But when I was a media planner, I got an MV for this, so I think it came straight to mind. And many familiar faces I hear from that time. So on Surf Excel, and it was very reach-based planning. And I remember at that time, an idea came to me on print, which is, because I wanted to do this UGC thing, and everybody was user-generated content was a big thing, and viral videos, and let's give the part to the creators and not the advertisers. And that was a condition at the time, many years ago. And I remember at the time, and we had big print budgets. We had really no budget for all this creator-based stuff. And the idea was, let's give kids the power to be editors. Let's remove all the content from a page. And we called it Surf Excel Nanne Patrakar. I think we did it with the publication in UP. And so we basically stripped page 3 or page 5, I forget the exact page number, of all its content and just left placeholders, which is, an empty place for a picture and lines, and just had questions on the top. And it was basically, let kids create the world that they want to see. And what is the news in that child's life on that day was what the idea was about. So I think it's, I've not had a better idea than that, so that's what I came up with. But here's a case where, look, it was a high reach medium, and I think it's very hard to justify IMC if the media is not high reach. It also shows you the power of the idea. If the idea is not worth investing behind, you'll find it doesn't have much scale. So that's the one that comes to me quite fondly.
Fantastic. And Vinay, what about you?
Yeah, so I think a couple of, I would say, points that I picked up from what both Shoma and Ashwin said, and I think that's the reality of every marketer, every advertiser out there today, is that it's damn hard. There is very little money, right? Interestingly, Sam, you showed some data about the top 50 advertisers moving from 38% to 30%. If you do the math, they scaled down spends from 100 to 95 in the same 1 year, while the AdX grew. And it's becoming so difficult today because viewership is going down, rates are going through the roof, and people's attention spans are like mosquitoes. So it's really, really difficult to build really strong brands. So I think, to be really honest, in the last 10 years, I don't think I've been part of any great IMC. We've been forced to make really good, strong choices in terms of what we want to say and where we want to say, and we have taken those bets and really made the most of those. And I think that's what's really something that strikes me today, and that I think is today's reality. So going back to your question on is IMC getting undervalued, I think it's becoming far more difficult than what it used to be. And doing a really good job of all of it is becoming even more difficult than before.
Okay, wonderful. Now we've got some kind of a thing to debate about. We've had two examples where two CMOs have very fondly talked about what they thought were great ideas and it probably helped the brand. And one CMO who says, hand on heart, probably it's not an easy thing to do at this point in time. We will come to this advertising versus IMC question in a second. But before that, for clarity's sake, let's define IMC. Is IMC a multimedia plan? Is IMC a media plan with an innovation? Or is an IMC something broader than that? So, Ashwin, you want to take a stab?
Yeah, I mean, that's a question I asked when I got the call for this, which is, we mean integrated marketing communications, right? And there are 360, etc. I think true IMC done well is basically an idea that derives it from strategy. I think that IMC can be indulgences, and often they come from, let's say, for example, if you feel pressure to do something beyond running the advertising. It's not quite fancy as a marketer sometimes to say, I got a piece of advertising, it's really good, and it just went and it kept increasing reach. So then you kind of start adding additional media to it. I think if you have ideas that line itself well with what your initial advertising strategy was, and able to use the medium in order to kind of develop or build on their strategy, I think that's what I would define as IMC, which is the use of multimedia and understanding the nuances of different media and being able to adapt core advertising ideas into ideas that deliver the same communication job, but do it in a way that fits the medium. I would say that's my
core
answer.
advertising idea amplified across different media touchpoints.
Yep.
Okay. Shoma, your definition.
So to me, yes, of course, it's about using different sets of medium. But like Ashwin said, every medium has a role to play. And I would say that use it only first. It helps you optimize in terms of reach for the money that is there. So basic objective is, for example, when you're using TV, like I think just before this, we had that whole debate about, the long tail channels, etc., the cost of reaching incremental reach of the next audience. The thing is that once you hit a point where the marginal cost of reaching the next audience goes up, that's when you anyway have to go to the next set of media. And in this case, in today's world, and in fact, interestingly, I was just going through the pitch report, which clearly actually stated that in AdX, this is the first year that digital spend has overtaken TV. And it actually tells you how consumers are also consuming different sets of media and how they are, sort of over-engaging on digital. And which is where you then start looking at the cost of reach. Is it better, easier to reach with higher ROI in terms of going to digital for that incremental? One is that. Second is, what is the role of the media? For example, I'll just go back to the example that I stated, that if I want to drive experience among my consumers, right, I will have to reach out to them, not with just the brand like I do on TV. I have to be physically available for them. And physically available, I can do that either on print, the way we did by fragrancing the print newspaper, or by doing sampling like we did in that case by tying up with Indigo Airlines, where we actually sampled our product over there because that was relevant. Having said that, for each of the brand, each of the category, they have their own strategic task. And the usage of the media, and hence how much audience you are targeting to reach, basis the objective you have, business objective you have, that should define what will be the mix of media rather than, it being fashionable or like you said, forced to use that because it's nice to do a IMC.
Okay. I'm going to extend the same question to you, Vinay, but if because the sense I'm getting is, what Ashwin was saying is an idea taken around different touch points, and I think the part which Shoma sort of built on that was, yes, every medium has a different role to play, but she also brought in the question of incremental reach plateauing and therefore the role of maybe an IMC coming in. But I've seen a lot of IMCs in the form of, say, you could have a mission in media. I mean, Saffola World Heart Day is that. Tata Tea's Power of 49 is a mission in media. Entire activation idea is, I think, the entire piece about Kuch Meetha Ho Jaye is a 10-year activation idea that Cadbury pursued across various touch points. You've got these tentpole ideas like Vodafone Superfan is something which they've done for many years in IPL and around this one tentpole. And like that it goes. Like that there could be a few more ideas. To your mind, what is a good way of sort of defining an IMC?
I think...
I used to think actually at one point in time, my favorite was also at one point in time Britannia Khao World Cup Jao. It was at one level a promotion, but according to me it was a really IMC.
No, it was a great IMC, and at that time it did really well. We did amazingly well when we did it first in 1999. When we did it much later in 2019, we really fell flat on our faces. So, success is as important as failure. But, I just want to step back a bit. I think in my own definition of IMC, it's about touch points, sure, but it's a lot about many other things as well, right? For example, the dimension of time is not something that we discuss so much in the, in the conversations around IMC. It's very campaign-led very often, but some of the best examples like you're talking about, whether it is Kuch Meetha Ho Jaye, is because that communication has been integrated into what the brand stands for years, right? And we've talked about consistency ad nauseum in today's, forum as well. I think one of the best examples from Pidilite on good integrated marketing communication is the brand story of Fevicol. For years, for the last 20, 30 years, whenever people have interacted with the brand Fevicol, whether it's been on TV, whether it's been on social media, whether it's been on activation that's happened in the Kumbh Mela, they have seen pretty much exactly the same story. To me, that's great integrated marketing communication.
To your point, Fevicol 60-year campaign was using the ad as content.
Exactly.
I mean, the entire plan was seeding it as content and it was viewed. The 2-minute was actually viewed as content. So,
right. So, yeah, I feel, so therefore the dimension of time is really important. The second thing that's also happened is because it's become so difficult, as I was talking a few minutes earlier, we as advertisers also, if you step back, are making a few mistakes, I'll give you an example. We have this brand called Dr. Fix-It. It's a waterproofing brand. One of the things that we have always talked about is that it's an expert waterproofing solution. But for the longest time, anybody who would call the helpline of Dr. Fix-It would speak to a guy who was a regular call center person. It's only in the last 3 years that we actually have a civil engineer who talks like an expert. So imagine you speak a guy and he says, hello, my Dr. Fix-It se baat kar raha hu. Can you give me a number? But I really don't know anything about what your problem is. That's bad IMC. A great IMC would be that if I say I'm a good expert waterproofing solution provider, then I need to walk the talk where you come and meet me. And today, consumers are reaching out to us at multiple touch points, multiple touch points. And many of those touch points are places where we are not really getting our brand proposition out in the same way as we do when we talk to them of our own accord. Look at how we respond to complaints on consumer media, on social media, sorry. Mercedes-Benz has exactly the same thing when they talk to a disgruntled customer on Twitter, which a Parley Products has. It's exactly the same speak. And that, I think, are things that we need to probably reflect on and learn upon and see as to how else, because there are so many more mediums that we are in control of which don't cost money. Are we doing a great job as advertisers? I think we need to look hard at ourselves and make sure that we keep upping the game. I know I'm sounding a bit like Cassandra, but that's not the intention. The intention is that there is a lot more we can do as well.
no, I think that's a great point you made, but let me build on your touch point. If you take touch points into the consumer journey, which everybody seems to be now talking about, what it tells you is at different stages of the consumer journey, the kind of touch points that they are sort of exposed to, there is an opportunity to help them unlock the door to success or to purchase. So if we are to adopt consumer journey based marketing, does it automatically, exactly like the call center guy becoming a civil engineer, that's part of the consumer journey piece that you're talking about? Now, is that something which becomes de rigueur for CMOs to then tell your people, okay, fine, advertising is basically just, we call it the encounter phase, where you're just going and telling people what your brand is, and that's addressing one part of the journey, but there's a lot of other parts of the journey which are getting untapped. So is it becoming now, is it becoming imperative to touch those consumer journey elements? Vinay?
I don't think we have a choice there. We have to. I think you've answered your question in your question itself.
But then it doesn't show up in the budget allocations.
It doesn't show up in the budget allocation is the truth. Yeah, but I think in every action that we do as a marketer, you will see a lot more investment going into performance than what it used to. And I think what's happening as a result is many of us are spending a lot more on what we think or what we are able to really attribute to good ROI. And that's something that is happening.
No, so Ashwin, you want to weigh in on this? And there's a further element come in. Now it's come in the ROI, performance marketing, whereas IMC I wasn't classically looking at as performance marketing. Is there attribution of IMC to final sales? Sure. But is it linear? Probably not. So from that standpoint, do you feel, regardless of performance marketing, consumer journey marketing makes it imperative to look at different touch points, going by your definition, take the idea and move it forward?
Well, it depends on the size of the brand. So if you have a very large brand which reaches a couple of dozen million consumers, it's very hard for you to expect to plot out the consumer journey. And the thing with consumer journey is they're not very linear. Most consumer journey slides you see are quite complicated, right? And not every consumer discovers you on TV, reads about you in print, searches for you, changes her mind, comes back on an e-commerce site, buys it. It's not quite that linear. I think the question is understanding how your brand grows. If it's a very large brand, it typically grows by strengthening equity. And you strengthen equity by basically advertising and include IMC in that. So if you're able to, at scale, as Shoma correctly kind of said, reach as many possible consumers as you can and keep strengthening brand memories over time, that is kind of, across, that's basically why they purchase. You're memorable and they enter the category at times, they exit the category at other times, and then they buy you. So I think if it makes you memorable, we have to be less anxious about reaching every possible consumer at the time which we feel she's going to buy, and just build stronger brands, giant equities over time, and consumers buy as a result of that.
Let me challenge you on that point. Completely agree that reinforcement of brand consistency, and in my session that's going to follow after this, I'm also going to reiterate that point. But there are some times where communication tasks are where you have to reposition the brand or get the people to think about your brand a little differently. So like Cadbury's, from being a gift for someone you love to a muh meetha moment, appropriate mithai moments. Fundamental change. Now, advertising reinforces and therefore builds mental structures in consumers' minds. So if you just continue to advertise, you won't break those mental structures quite easily. But for example, that empty page that you had, which showed what you could do for surf, and therefore what kids could do, probably could do a little bit more than one more exposure of advertising. Whereas, of course, the other experience, that other example that Shoma gave, that was a here and now new brand launch. She used experiential marketing where you could smell the product and therefore almost sampling. So that was at the beginning. But for a mature brand, you used IMC, arguably where advertising couldn't work.
No, I would say it is all advertising. So even though you chose to activate, let's stick with the Surf Excel example, I'm more familiar, but even the Cadbury's one, I suspect, the reason why it worked and you're able to stick with it and give it scale was it built upon existing platforms. So let's say for Surf's case, it is stains are good. If kids get dirty in the pursuit of, let's say, drawing a picture on a piece of newspaper, it reaffirms what that brand's memory structure is, which is that kids got dirty doing it and creating something so it's good. So as long as you're able to do it at scale and it reaffirms brand message, I never ran a coupon there, nor I suspect you did on Cadbury, ran a coupon there and say buy now, buy now. So it is relieving yourself of the anxiety to trigger a purchase today in the understanding that this helps me deepen equity. What you did is you added an attribute of giving to a brand that was already pretty much well loved, considered a good brand, considered warm, pretty much the same values. But you're able to enhance that by adding another layer that is important. And I think that's important. You have to understand where the brand comes from, what the advertising is trying to do, and then use IMC to build on those attributes. Repositioning is really hard. Both these are not repositioning cases. Both of these are extension cases. Repositioning is really, really hard because you have to fight against what the natural positioning or natural equity of that brand is. And there are very few cases, none that I'm really well aware of, that are successfully repositioned fundamentally at great scale. But if you're a smaller brand and you have to, let's say you have a target of a couple of lakhs recruitment, etc., then perhaps you might want to go the acquisition route, which may turn out to be more cost effective for you in the aggregate.
So Shoma, if you have to change mental structures, would you rely on IMC over advertising? Or would you just change your ad and hope that it works?
So to my mind, first of all, segregating advertisement from IMC is a little tough task in today's world, because you have to reach out to the consumer where the consumer is today, first of all. So TV and digital have to go hand in hand, for sure, right? Now coming back to, I think at some point you were talking about performance marketing, and then you were talking about, building on the top of the funnel, right? What I would say is that everything, the need for IMC or changing the advertisement, which are the mediums you used, actually it depends really on what is the brand's objective. Like for example, if I'm looking for a particular season sale that I have to do, I will focus more on the bottom of the funnel, which is essentially performance marketing, right? But if I'm to build the brand consistently, I will be focusing on the top of the funnel, middle of the funnel to build awareness and consideration. And that is where using the right medium to reach out to the maximum amount of people with the relevant message but consistent message from the brand is what is critical. And you reach out with that message where you think the consumer is at that point of time. So it is not a choice of whether I choose bottom of the funnel and top of the funnel as such in terms of, in terms of media. What you choose is basically what is it with the brand that I want to achieve.
So the sense okay, I get the fact that you want looking at the communication task. But now let me just, for example, reference the last panel when Sandeep talked about, you made two references to Govardhan ghee. Basically what we did there was, in KBC, at a certain point when the guy answers the question and reaches the next padav, he said, "Tumhare muh mein ghee shakkar," and there was a whole lot of Govardhan ghee kind of references made. Now, it just got the brand to be seen in a completely different setup, and it gave a different context and relevance to the brand in a KBC setting, stature, whatever else it might be. And somewhere, and this is a entrepreneur or promoter-led company, they felt it worked tremendously well, and you heard the story that from 6 weeks they extended it to 18 weeks. Now this was at the cost of several weeks of reach building advertising you could have otherwise done. Now, would you have sacrificed 12 or 15 or 18 weeks of tough advertising or vanilla advertising for this kind of stuff?
I think the decision really is that if you are doing something like this, which is high impact, whether you are appearing in some kind of integration on something as marquee as KBC or whether you want to be on an IPL jersey, memory structures take a really long time to build. And unless you do this for weeks and weeks and weeks, it's not going to work. So if Govardhan had done this for 3 episodes and walked out, it would have probably done nothing for them, is what my reckoning is. I think the fact that they stuck to it, and the fact that they didn't do multiple touch points, but they did that one touch point really, really well, to me is great marketing nous, and I would commend them for that.
Wonderful. So now, let's get to the jugular. Typically what we guys find is, look, agencies love innovation, they love the idea of because people don't remember 600 GRP well-optimized campaign which delivered deadly reach at the lowest cost and all the rest of it. People do it, but they don't remember it. Finally, people remember, and boardrooms talk about some great ideas that you did and executed. So we get our kicks and of course awards and everything else, but we all feel brand fame comes from a lot of these activation or IMC-led ideas. But still, when it comes to getting them approved, hard-working advertising wins 9 times out of 10, 9.5 times out of 10. What is the advice you'd like to give everybody in this room to increase that hit rate from 9.5 to at least maybe 8? So 2 out of 10 times we can get it. Anybody wants to take a bash at that? I'm looking for answers here.
I can try and
so
take a bash at that.
You are the least committed to the IMC cause, so you start.
Okay, that sounds very accusatory, but...
No, not accusatory.
I'm just kidding.
No.
But see, I really think, I've worked in 2 different industries, guys. One of them has been in large CPG, in companies like Britannia, where typically, very often what has worked for us in the last 10 years has been very, very hard-working advertising. It's a monthly purchase, it's a top-up purchase. You want people to remember your brand every day of the year when they go to a shop to buy stuff. So honestly, we didn't do much impact. We've done a few. It hasn't worked as well for us. What really worked for us is relentless, reach building with great frequency. Just make sure that you are somewhere in the back of the mind. We didn't need awareness at that time. We just needed salience at that time to make sure that when people go to buy their groceries, they remember to buy us. Worked really well, worked like a charm. Nothing sexy about it, nothing won any awards except for a few things which I won't talk about right now, but it worked really, really well. But at the same time, it depends on whether if you want to really get very good reach going, or if you're if your objectives are different, if you really want to be a challenger brand and you want to unseat somebody, you would do this thing very differently. And therefore, I don't think that, and in a country like India or in any fact of life, while there is one good way of doing things, the exact opposite way is also right. And I think it's really up to us as marketers to find what is our right and stay the course on that.
Okay.
That's my
Ashwin, how can we get better success rate at selling IMCs? Can IMCs be used to break inertia?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? It's a lot of media is a procurement subject, and what's the creative subject in it? And I think the creative subject in it is how close you are to the advertising idea. I think, honestly, all the examples that have been mentioned here were built on the back of really good advertising ideas. And I think what happens in pitches is we forget that. And I think what I see more and more happening is there are like a standard set of ideas that have been doing the round for the last decade. And there are a few that come which are more medium focused, which is, hey, look, this brand is doing that, that brand is doing that, FOMO, etc. I think what it needs is for the creator of the idea to deeply understand that advertising is not your enemy. Advertising is the foundation on which great IMCs are built, great brands are built.
Obviously.
If you have a sense of what the equity of the brand is, why that medium needs to be treated in a unique way, whether it's experiential, whether it's a question of attention and time, whether the question of brands are not the creator, but creators are the creator, I think then you'll find more and more ideas getting approved. I think the issue is the volume of ideas don't justify a better ratio than the one you mentioned, but good quality ideas in general get picked up. I think there aren't many that are really good ideas that I regret not having done. They usually do get invested in.
Okay, and Shoma, do you think if IMCs have to be done, get more of a hit rate, do you think they should be introduced at the AOP stage, or can they come any time in the year?
Interesting question. They have to be, I believe that they have to be pre-planned because they have to be integrated to what the brand strategy and the objective for the year or even the long-term strategy for the brand is, what it stands for. And particularly since you were talking about can we do this big blast one time and expect a tremendous ROI, it should be consistent with what the brand is trying to build. And yeah, I mean, if there's a brilliant idea like, the ones that you see in Super Bowl, etc., then it does have merit in terms of, getting the brand idea out in a clutter break motion. Like I'm sure most in this room would remember how Volkswagen introduced one of its cars in a newspaper where it was a talking newspaper literally. So some of these clutter breaking ones can actually give you tremendous ROI and memorability. But yes, it has to be consistent with the brand and has to be planned in the beginning of the year itself, is what I believe.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, just to wind up this panel, not necessarily to your own lives, but if you have to be as an observer of the marketing industry, just give your pithy answer to the topic of the panel discussion. Are advertisers undervaluing the importance of IMC? Ashwin, start with you. Just yes, no comments.
No, there are still as many MVs being given out each year. So I guess IMCs are happening. But I think the question is on quality. Are we seeing like really great breakthrough work? We've had to, if you recall, we have to go back quite in past, except for Shoma's side, which is quite new. We've had to go back to the past, think about IMCs we admire. So probably it's not a question of quantity, but quality. I think perhaps it might be the reverse of what you're saying, Vikram. It's a lot of ideas are going through, but maybe we're not creating the memorability, and maybe because of fragmentation and attention. Maybe the quality isn't there to the extent that we would like it to be.
Great. Quality, quantity is there, quality is not. Shoma?
Yeah, I would agree with Ashwin's statement. Also, the reality is that, especially for CPG companies, given the inflationary pressure, the bare basic sustenance media is something that is kind of in work right now. But I would say that it's not because people are undervaluing the power of it. It's also the quality of ideas coming up and where we need help of teams like Madison.
Okay. Quality of ideas again. Vinay?
I do think that as an industry, over the last 20 years, we have probably undervalued it a bit. And I also think that's also happened because we have commoditized ideas. Brand stewardship, the way it used to be and the way it is now, We have started almost farming out ideas from everywhere as an industry, and people don't have long-standing stewards of brands as they used to have. I think there is a balance that we need to strike, and I think we can get better. So that's my pithy answer.
On that somewhat optimistic note, let's all thank the panel with a nice round of applause. Thank you so much.
I request all of you to just step forward for a picture together while I invite Mr. Bikash Kundu, Head Revenue Regional Entertainment at Viacom18 to please join us on stage. If you can step forward, please. We have a small token of appreciation which we'd like you to please present to all our panelists. And of course to our moderator as well. Thank you so much for that wonderful panel discussion here. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we are going to quickly move on to our next session, yes, we are overboard on time. So we'll move on to the next session, which going to discuss about IPL. How should brands decide TV or digital? In fact, it has been on everyone's mind since the division of IPL rights took place for the first time for the year 2023 on how should brands decide whether TV or digital. And for this, I'd like to call upon stage Mr. Ajit Verghese, Head of Network Ad Sales, Disney Star, to first join us on stage, please. A very warm welcome, sir. Yep.
How's the Josh? I understand that, a lot of us are looking forward for this session. I've been getting calls, messages. One session that Sam has managed to put both the right holders on the same platform. Having said that, thank you so much, Sam, Vikram, Naval, for inviting us. We are always looking at these forums to make sure that we are represented in the right way. One of the biggest content is actually right around 45 days into this year. We are going to have that biggest event. So I just wanted to first introduce myself, a bit of background. Ajit Verghese, 25 years in agency life across Madison, worked with Sam, Vikram, also worked in WPP. I had the privilege of working with the best of the minds in the agency side. So if you ask me, I still have the planner's mind in my nature and in my beliefs. In the last 3 years, I've actually moved into the publisher side, last in the digital ecosystem, and now in Disney, now ahead of it. Having said that, you ask me what do I believe in, what am I, why did I join Disney? One of the core beliefs I have and more passionate person is actually sports. And being the biggest buyer of sports and television, been part of an ecosystem, built IPL in India. I had the privilege to work with Vikram to actually start the game in India along with Lalit Modi. I have been involved not just in starting the ecosystem, but also buying a team, managing the media spends of various brands across the years. So in a large way, I can say that IPL, if it's cricket or if it's any sport, if you actually want to enjoy the passion of the game, at the stadium, right? There is no better experience that you can get if you are watching live sports. But if you're not in the stadium, it's only live on Star. Because everything else to me is catch up, whether it's text, whether it's SMS, whether it's chatting with other people, getting audio bites, all of them is to me catch up. And if you really want to watch live sports in any television, would be the best medium that we can work with. And there is a reason for this, right? There's a reason for this, right? Television in India, almost 2 decades of internet penetration in India. still has 900 million viewers. Is it better? I'll have to keep holding again. Is it better now? Look at why. Okay. I hope it doesn't echo. Is it any better? Checking. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I'll just repeat myself. If you look at why the impact of sports and television is an obvious choice, even today, 900 million viewers of television in India. It's unparalleled, and I've worked in Asia, I've worked across global countries. This is unparalleled. It's still growing. If you look at sports watchers or sports viewers, actually there are more sports viewers in India than internet users, because internet users are highly duplicated with multiple SIMs, multiple mobiles. 758 million people watch sports, and it's still growing at a double digit. And I've heard a lot of chatter about last IPL, genuine client concerns about, will the ratings be up, will the ratings be down? And we have seen good and bad in cricket, right? Decades of controversies, players, even betting, ratings are down, player performances are, and cricket has outlasted any of this chatter, right? If you look at sometimes when your players are not playing, when your team is not performing well, rating goes down, when sometimes the rating comes up. We have seen almost 4 IPL months in the last 1.5 years, from December 2020 to around April 2022. And at one end it delivered around 6 rating, at the bottom end it delivered around 3.74 rating. And to me, it actually shows that cricket is such a fandom that your passion, your emotion, your sentiment actually starts getting reflected in actual rating ecosystem. Having said that, I started looking into what happened to the last few series that India has played. Now, in the last 3.5, 4 months, we have seen 3 cricket series of India bilaterals, whether it's India-Australia, India-New Zealand, or even as recent as India-South Africa. There is a change of 30 to 50% ratings have gone up. And at a time when we believe that, either ratings gone up, is there a shift in people's behavior, we are actually seeing increase in TV viewership. And that's the reality of the sport on television. And if you look at, even compare it with global standards, 83% of people, and actually it's actually in a Super Bowl, it's almost 90%. People want to watch big sports, big events on television. And that's their natural choice. Yes, there are other mediums which will come in because of convenience, because of movements, because of where you sit at that point in time. But at a given time, if you have a television screen in front of you, just think, what will you do? So, sorry. So having said that, I mean, we all know, if you look at IPL as an event, it is the Super Bowl event of India. Even in Super Bowl in US, 110 million people actually watched it on television, 10 million people watched it on digital. That's the scale of sport and television. Yes, so overall, I would say IPL is getting bigger. IPL, there are 22 plus channels which are going to show this programming. We are actually increasing the number of feeds both at a regional level and at a HD level, because we realize there are a lot of advertisers looking at premium audience targeting today, and that to me is an important segment, and we recognize that fact, and it's actually growing at 40%. So HD viewing is actually growing at 40%, and therefore we have added more South channels into HD viewing, which can cover almost 50% of the HD audiences. There is more hours of programming. We are creating some special innovations on like Star Wars. I mean, a lot of you can ask about what the Star Wars is. Around 120 plus experts, and Super Sundays, weekend specials to make sure that your weekends are actually enjoyable watching cricket at your home on television. So then I thought maybe take a step back. I actually now want to cover probably 3 points on this entire ecosystem. I took a step back and said, let's look at how clients look at this. What are they using this medium? What do they intend to do this? And also start looking at from a consumer interaction lens point of view. If you look at consumers, at any given point in time, the content behavior is divided into roughly by hygiene, hub or hero content. When I say hygiene content, is basically any content which is available either because of habit or because of snacking habit, which is either you're watching day-to-day habit viewing, or let's say you're in and out of many things, so you want to snack what's going on social ecosystem or any other video ecosystem. It's divided by professionally made content and UGC content. So most of the narrative, even when we heard the previous panel sessions, is digital equal to TV, TV equal to some other medium? All these conversations are mostly in the hygiene, because it doesn't matter to clients where I catch my consumer. I just want to catch that person at a given point in time. And that's where this entire uniformity of viewership or uniformity of comparison starts coming in, because at the end of the day, it's a habit or a snack. You just want to catch at the right time. But there evolves the content ecosystem, right? Hub. What are the impact properties? That's where the appointment starts coming in. That's when you start taking consumers, start getting passionate, gets involved, starts having affinity towards a particular content. And that to me is mostly, 99% of that content is actually professionally made content. And that's where the impact starts building up on why professionally made content is actually important for a consumer interaction, engagement and future. And last but not the least is the hero content. There is a World Cup, there is an IPL, there is a Avatar coming. Consumers now, doesn't even matter what the money is. I want to take special time, special involvement. I want to enjoy it with my family. I want to enjoy it with my friends, community. And that's a hero item. They don't want to compromise. This is the place where, imagine tomorrow I show you Avatar on your mobile. That's because people don't want to compromise that experience of a large screen. Not even TV. I'm saying not even TV. They want to go to the screen, and that's how Avatar makes $2.5 billion across the world, because that experience in theaters is unmatched. Now, and I saw the report that just got published and some of the other reports that the industry published. This is the core reason why brand building budgets of clients are still 5x of brand building on digital. So digital has grown, obviously, we all know, we are all digital ecosystem, but it has grown on the back of search, intent-based, it's based on e-com channel, it's grown on the back of customer acquisition. So there are many parts of digital ecosystem, and when we compare that with brand planning or consumer planning, let's not confuse ourselves. TV is still the largest ecosystem, almost 5x of digital in terms of brand building. I was part of a unicorn last 2.5 years. Almost in the last probably 3 years, we have heard about at least 50 to 100 unicorns which has come into being. 75% of the digital unicorns that are there in today has used television or IPL to establish their brand. And the ones, probably some of them have not, and I've spent 90% of their monies on only customer acquisition. You can see when the winter has come, the customers has also walked away. So there is no brand loyalty, there is no brand affinity, there is no brand building in that place. So if you start comparing, therefore, digital has its own merit, television has its own merit, and when we start talking of big game, big view, creating customer loyalty, television outcomes. That's the first point. But there is another more interesting point that I wanted to make. Now imagine the same graph. Hygiene is the largest bucket, hub is the medium bucket, and hero normally is a small bucket, right? But imagine cricket unifies hero item as a hygiene reach. So you can get 400 million, 500 million, 600 million reach on a hero item, and that too at a hygiene price. I just used my time to look back into how these are bought at a cost per million, and whether it's in the digital space, and try to unify it there. Most of the hygiene content comes between, PGC is actually cheaper. So PGC on TV is anywhere between 20 to 50 CPM, depending on which language and channel and national, right? UGC is actually 50 to 70 CPM. So I would want people in this room and outside who is listening listening, so seriously think, when you buy impressions of television, television is actually cheaper than digital even today. Even today. Now let's go into impact properties, anywhere between 70 to 150 CPM. That's the range, because obviously there are that's a plethora of different options there, right? IPL all adults 70 CPM, 80 CPM is the current, even when we compare on a bad IPL. Now imagine what you can achieve on a good year. Last but not least, on this particular point, research after research, international, even in US market, TV ads build more memories, more affinity, more trust. And that's something even against social media. So I'm not even comparing, like to like here. I'm just saying ads which appear on social ecosystems or UGC ecosystems, they are actually claiming 70% actually doesn't deliver on memories and affinity. TV is like way higher, and I can share that research with the key people here. 70-30, 70% weightage towards TV if you want to build brand loyalty brand. And imagine if all of this you can get on IPL and at an effective CPM on a hygiene, it's an obvious choice that I would say. The second point is obviously there are always concerns that we raise about, what happens if the elite population of India starts moving? There is always a lot of traction that, their behavior has changed, cord cutters, connected TV. I just thought maybe let's take a step back. If you want to look at premium audiences, we always start looking at India into India ABC. I've already discussed that the large part of India cricket cuts through on TV. Now I want to just touch base upon how does it look in the premium audiences, the top 100 million of Indian population, which is where the most of the consumer money is there, right? And I started looking, currently at this stage, I would say HGTV is growing, I would say connected TV is growing, both are growing at a very fast pace. But currently we are talking about 7x ratio. We still have around 200 million people on HGTV where they're paying a higher price for quality viewing, for a quality speed and a larger view of the game. And that's growing at 40% in the last 1 year. We are investing behind this furthermore by adding Tamil and Telugu channels so that we can cut through almost close to 90 to 100 million reach on HD. That's the option that we are giving this today. Yes, CTV is growing. There's no debate about it. I handle platforms across television, digital, and sports. But at this point in time, I would say the scale is not enough for brands if you want to reach a large set of audience. It is growing at a faster pace. At this point in time, our estimate, if you look at various estimates, even the publisher estimate or from a actual estimate, because we have Hotstar, it's anywhere between 12 to 13 million households, but even the best estimate shows closer to 20 number. So that's. However, having said that, we are a measured ecosystem. None of the numbers that I say here today are open for debate. You can measure it on BARC, and that's something that we are open for that scrutiny. And it's not just a claim that I'm making here. Last but not the least, there is always an element of saying, okay, what if I open up tomorrow if everything goes free, CTV is free, connected TV is free, everything is free. But actually, if you look at the underlying cost for consumer, nothing is free because they end up paying a cost. And I was just looking at what if the scenario is, what is the cost of watching an IPL either on a mobile or a Wi-Fi? One match costs roughly 3 GB data. Even the best packages shows 10 rupees per GB. It's actually for the cost of one game, you can watch the entire IPL on television. That's the kind of magnitude. I know most of us won't look at the data because we are in the top 1, 2, 3, 5% of the population of India. It doesn't matter, we'll take both. But as you go into the lower pop strata, this becomes a serious question. While we may think that it's free, we can just go in there, data cost is still very huge and it's a 3-hour game. That's precisely the reason when we were showing free is not a novel idea, right? At the end of the day, we were showing IPL free in 2018 and 19. It's not a novel idea. We moved to pay because cricket costs have gone up. Earlier, when you look at cricket was mostly advertiser funded, less distribution, right? Over the 2001 to 2010, more and more distribution money started funding cricket as a game. Towards the last 5-7 years, the consumer is also participating in that cost because you have to either get a pay or pay for data cost. Consumer is actually paying. Now the question really is for 18 bucks or 19 bucks, I can watch the entire IPL or maybe 38 bucks for 2 months. You have to pay anywhere between 800 to 2,500 bucks to start watching matches on digital. It is accessible free, but what's your cost? Underlying cost. And that's where the reason, I'm sure it will keep growing, data costs will come down over the next few years, more 5G is coming in. As long as data cost is real free, technically adoption will be a problem. Yeah, I'll move on in the interest of time. And I was just thinking also, if at all the industry, if at all as a platform, we want to really give something free, and that's a demand that comes across. I'm open to offer ideas, but giving access free is not the option. Data has to be free. And I'm open to ideas. Is it worthwhile to go into free dish as an option? That's an option that we can discuss. That it's a debate, and we can go back and check whether bottom end of the funnel can we get more viewers into the ecosystem, because cricket is still growing. I strongly believe both digital will also grow. I also believe that consumers at the bottom end of the funnel needs more access, but at the end of the day, it has to be real free rather than hidden cost for the consumer at the end of the day. And thank you so much. In the interest of time, I will ask Anil to join in and contribute to his speech.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Verghese. We'll call you right back in a short while. While currently I'd like to invite Mr. Anil Jayaraj, CEO Sports of Viacom18, to please join us on stage.
Yes, I do.
That's green for forward.
Okay. Just somebody setting it. Am I audible? Hi, can I get a hi at the end of the room? Thank you so much. Thanks so much for having me here, the entire Pitch Madison team. A shout out for sponsors, always amongst my most favorite people, the list you see there. And if I get it right, you're streaming this, right? Not broadcasting? I think pretty passionate presentation just a moment ago. I can't help but think that maybe some people of my vintage would remember this from 25 years ago when there was a passionate defense of typewriter, saying typewriter cannot be replaced by word processors. Yeah? Or just a few years ago, what was it, feature phones? Feature phones can never die, smartphones will never come in. But anyway, we should move away from there. And the reason I've put this quote up is we are possibly in the middle of a revolution. Yeah? And when you're in the middle of a revolution, ask all those typewriter guys. It's very difficult to see when you're in the midst of it saying that there is a revolution coming. The good thing is that this revolution, this time, is giving us 2 months advance notice, right? Because IPL comes in approximately 2 months. So there are decades when nothing would happen, but these 2 months, lots would happen. Sorry, am I supposed to forward this? So the key question is, or the question that was posed is, how should brands decide? Is it TV or digital? And I think that's a pretty unfair question. Actually, the question should be, should it be linear TV or should it be digital streaming, which includes mobile, TV, web, and more? Right. All said and done, this is reality. And, as you heard before, you must check this with Bach. what's happened. It's now down to 108 and going down further. This is what has happened on ratings. And I can tell you, I really feel for it. I sold TV for a number of years, as a lot of you know. This is what has happened on ratings. But yeah, ratings can go down because of a number of things, right? And all of you are bigger experts than me in this room on how ratings work. Ratings works as a function of reach. This is what has happened on reach. But very often when you talk about reach, the theory is that it's because time spent would have gone up. Engagement on television can't go down. And this is what has happened on engagement. Right? Just going to leave that for a minute. Sorry, not a minute. A minute is a long time in digital, so I'll just leave that. So, if you honestly ask me, this is what has happened. The growth of internet users and as well as connected TV users has gone up dramatically. And this is the reason why you see the struggles which a legacy medium like television has. And if you don't believe me, just wait for, 5-6 months? When the World Cup comes and you have people selling TV and digital together, you'll see the story. Right? One of the things that we want to do is this time ensure that there are absolutely no barriers. Yeah? Whether it's a barrier of affordability, we will absolutely ensure that anybody who has access to an internet device will be able to watch IPL and will be able to enjoy IPL as long as they want. So there is no 5-minute restriction, etc. Every consumer, as long as they want, can enjoy it. And there are some mind-blowing features that I'll talk about very soon. But let me first start with why is the scale so big? We'll have 12 languages, including languages that haven't been done on sport before, like Bhojpuri, like Odia. And this is going to be complemented with 4 other interest feeds for the cricket fanatics, fantasy feeds, lifestyle feeds. Basically, anybody who wants to watch IPL will actually have an option of watching it in their desired language, in the desired cohort that they want to. And we have over 140 experts, and this is growing day by day. And if you think about the people, so one is about claiming a number, but the people we have include A.B. de Villiers, Chris Gale, Suresh Raina, you name the biggest names, Anil Kumble. So anybody who's a who's who is going to commentate on digital. Why? Because they recognize where the medium is going. It's better. HD is there, but 4K is about 10 times better than SD. We will be providing 4K feeds absolutely free. So on any device that you want, you can actually watch this. Multicam, as a consumer, you can choose which camera angle suits you best. You want to see it from the bowler's hand, you want to see it from the spider cam, all those options right in the consumer's hand. These are natural advantages of digital, right? Because you have immersive technology, which will include a play-along, which is meant to ensure that consumers are glued to our screen for the entire match. So there will be interesting ways that consumers can participate, and this is something that no dumb medium can deliver. This is absolutely something that an interactive medium can deliver. Social chatter, you can speak, you can sort of converse with your friends, engage, exchange ideas. You can also react to saying, look, this is what I feel. Dhoni's got out, this is what my view is. We'll also be doing a first-time 360-degree VR experience. And we will do it in a really, really affordable manner such that the average Joe can watch it on their screens. Yeah, efficiency is something which is very, very important. And it's really important to figure out who you're targeting, right? So you need to have a really out-of-the-world cohort whom you can't target very, very specifically on IPL, on JioCinema. We'll have about 20 cohorts whom you can uniquely choose. Now, the advantage of this is there is zero wastage. And I'm sure all of you know, advertisers know this, agencies know this. If you're selling a car, you don't really want a 2-year-old baby to be considered a viewer and end up paying for it. The real key here is that if you are targeting women who are 15 years and above and in Bareilly, you actually end up paying only for them. You don't have to address the whole of India and sort of assume that is your calculation for CPM. Your CPM calculation should be based upon who you target, because that is the relevant audience you're reaching. Yeah, and 100% measurement. Yeah, you pay only for what you sort of consume, and this is actually really, really important. And I would certainly encourage all my television colleagues also to do this, to ensure that it's not based upon an average selling rate, based upon some assumption of rating. Especially in an era when ratings are going down, you should only be asked to pay for what is delivered to your target audience. Digital CPMs are lower, and you can do this. We can sort of sit down and sort of simulate this and work with any TG. And we'll work with the BARC-defined TGs, because that's how you will actually get the confidence of what is right. Yeah. So again, just leaving this here for 10 seconds. The other thing that we are doing is, unlike legacy medium, we will not just leave the ad once it's done. Your consumers, if they like it, or if your ad has played during the event, for the entire event, there will be a rail which is dedicated for your ads. The implication of this is you've paid once for the ad, but during the entire IPL tournament, your ad continues to be there. If it is liked by consumers, it actually comes right up. So this is something that, again, legacy medium can't do. Yeah. I think we will certainly aim to hit 500 million plus. And just to give you a sense, this means 500 million people that you can target. This is not 1 minute reach. 1 minute reach during 74 games of 4 hours or something. That is not what we are saying. We are saying, look, if you pick 300 million people that you want to reach, then 300 million people will see your ad. You pay us only when that happens. And don't believe me. For all in the room, please do come down to Geo World Center on the 20th and 21st. We are running an interesting exhibition where we will demonstrate each of them. Unfortunately, Sam didn't give us too much time, and it would have taken long to demonstrate this. But I would invite each one of you to come, see, play cricket with our legend cricketers, but certainly experience the digital medium here. And that's free too. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. And no, IPL is not over yet. We're going to discuss more on the topic, because I'm going to invite back both our speakers. That's Mr. Ajit Varghese, Head of Network Ad Sales, Disney Star, along with Mr. Anil Jayaraj, CEO Sports of Viacom18. Now, this session is going to be moderated by Nikhil Naz, Consulting Editor, Sports India Today. So I request all three gentlemen to join us on stage. Boys, can we do that a little quicker? Bring the chairs quicker, please. Welcome, Nikhil, and welcome back, gentlemen. Yes, over to you, yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. What you're seeing here is history in the making because two very unprecedented things are going to happen today. One, you're seeing two competitors on the same platform. I don't think it's happened before. There are many times that I've discussed the same subject and I've only discussed it with armchair experts because we never get the final word from the people that are really involved. So you're the privileged audience that gets to see that. Secondly, what you're going to see is a very soft-spoken news anchor that doesn't happen either. And that's got nothing to do with my personality. It's because I've been under the weather the last couple of weeks. So if I do break into a bout of cough, then, just bear with me. That's the only request I have. But I may be soft, but my questions, I hope, will be sharp. So starting off, you've heard the two gentlemen. Fantastic presentation, guys, firstly. Ajit, I'll start with you. You're very bullish about television, and rightly so. But all I want to know from you is that you also got the ICC rights. Why did you part with the television bit of that then?
I mean, there are many takers. We all bid. There are many bidders who came for television rights.
But you retained the digital and let go of television, yeah?
No, we kept the you are talking about the World Cup?
Yes.
Yeah, if somebody is willing to pay a price for it, I'm more than happy to share the rights.
The other thing that I noticed from the presentation that Anil made, and that caught my eye, I'm sure it caught all of your eye as well, that is the word free, right? We all get attracted to that whenever we see that. And I'm happy as a consumer, I don't have to pay. So, I mean, I did my math. I'm not great at it, but I did it. And you're paying about 23,000 odd crore for 5 years. And my math tells me that, advertising revenue at whatever, 5 lakh per 10 second, the going rate, you get about 3,000 seconds a game. I did my math and it tells me that there'd be a shortfall of about 15 or 1,000 crores beyond the ad revenue. And I thought that that's where subscription comes in. But you've got no subscription, so how do you manage the P&L?
Yeah, I hope that's a rate that all of you agreed to, 5 lakhs for 10 seconds.
I thought that was the going rate.
You may be right. I'm not going to comment on that. But so there are different models here. We've seen what's happened to global giants who've come into India with a view that you can actually make a lot of subscription money. Actually, subscription money is notoriously difficult to make. If you see what's happening on paid TV going down dramatically, and your ability to charge households is also limited, right? Because there is an NTO in place which says that you can't make additional money. So the inelastic side of it, because India is such an economy which is growing really, really fast, is the obvious choices about advertising. And, especially if you can provide value to advertisers and, whether it's TV or digital, I can assure you that advertisers see genuine value in participating in something like IPL. It should be a good proposition to work. And I'm answering this, whether it's TV or digital, because the math is roughly the same, right? Because it's almost the same level that both of us have paid for TV as well as digital rights. So our take is that there is a lot more that you can make out of the advertising dollars, especially if you can increase the viewers and provide that value.
Do you agree with that in terms of what he talks about? Firstly, subscription money, very tough to get on digital because you worked on digital before.
So it's quite natural, right? At the end of the day, when consumers have to pay for what they watch, this is actually pretty much, I mean, internationally it happens, they all pay for what they watch. In India, we almost see 3 Indias in India, right? There is a top 100, 150 million. Then there is the mid-India, which is around 200 to 300 million. And then there is almost a 400, 500 million at the lower funnel, right? And the challenges, and if you generalize the challenge of India, then I would agree. But if you start going deeper, the top 100 million can pay. The top 100, 115 million can pay. They are paying across mediums. Whether you calculate the pay for view, the data cost, you look at affordability of televisions or handsets that you purchase, everything, the top 100 million are global citizens, or 100, 150 million, right? So there the affordability is not a question at all. The second part is the mid, and that's where I think where India be, where the digital versus TV comparisons also start playing a bigger role, right? And that's because there are stuff that is available to you, and that's where the content explosion has happened in India today. Earlier it was mostly PGC. Now if you look at access to internet or internet penetration going up, there's a lot of UGC which is coming into the ecosystem. There's billions of UGC content that's available, and that's entertainment for many, right? But here we are talking about a PGC hero content which cuts across masses, age group. Anybody or everybody in India has some stage watched cricket in that. The third part is actually the bottom funnel, which is where actually the free model works, right? I mean, any word free works, offer works, everything in India. And these brands understand, mediums understand, consumers understand. But that's where the hidden cost starts coming in. At one end, should I pay for content like 50, 70 rupees on a subscription or $100 for a subscription per month versus hidden cost of data? And that's where India's dichotomy is. It's nothing to do with we sitting here, and that's where India's core challenge is. When we start offering them something on an ecosystem, why are they still watching on a particular medium? Why is the medium not, I mean, everybody would have loved it to have linear fall. It is not a linear fall. It is still 500 million, 700 million watch sports on television. There is a reason. Because the moment I start watching it free, it can cost me anywhere between $300, even if it's a Wi-Fi, to almost $2,500 per month. It's not free.
Okay, Anu, would you answer that, his point on the data costs as well? Does that then add on? And is it then, is strategy more at play rather than P&L that I'm looking at in terms of your strategy?
So that's not strictly true because you need to do the actual measurement. So suppose you have $17 today or $18 or whatever. Can you get a cable subscription? You can't because you need to pay the base price of 130 or whatever per month. So the actual cost, even if you were to have no other channel but the television channel that streams, not streams actually, broadcasts sport, it'll still cost you about $200 a month. The issue with the $200 a month is it is not variable. Whether you watch one game or you watch 40 games, it's the same. Whereas when I'm doing it on digital, actually I have the choice, right? I have the choice, and as you know, data costs have been falling quite dramatically. The real question here is how many games does an average person watch? And again, this is data that's available. So if you were to actually look at the average number of games and the average number of minutes that somebody would watch, it is much, much cheaper. It's sub $100. So it is certainly very much within the affordable range. And we know this, I've done this in a past role in the past when we had IPL free on Jio. So we know how that data consumption works. It's no secret that people don't watch 74 games all across the 40 overs, right? So if that works out, it's much cheaper. Whereas on television, you're actually stuck. You have to pay $400, otherwise you can't watch.
You wanted to come in, Ajit? Yeah.
I have an easy response. You're comparing $130 for X number of channels for the full month with one game. Now, in a way, you're accepting that it's damn costly. For a guy who earns, if I look at our per capita income of Indian population, that's the reality. It's nothing to do with me and him, which side we represent. That's the reality of India, right?
Yeah, of course, people will continue to watch everything, including YouTube, all content that exists on JioCinema, Woot, etc., plus a number of free apps. So, like-for-like comparison is that you get it much cheaper on digital.
Okay. Just to you, Ajit, I know that you have a very robust subscription model for television. Do you fear losing subscribers there to digital, considering they'll offer it free?
See, I don't see that as the reason, which is why I explained about the data cost. That should not be the reason. I think there are preferred viewing habits. Today, a lot of people are watching, especially paying for HD connections. People are paying for connected TV connection, or at least not watching TV and probably moving into streaming. These phenomena are consumer preferences at the end of the day. And that actually shows me eventually you still need a TV screen. Whether you watch it through streaming or whether you watch it through pay TV or whether you watch it free, you still want the sports as an ecosystem is a large screen view.
No, but their argument is you can also watch now digital on screen, right? You can watch it on a big screen. You can watch it on 4K.
Data cost, 4K. So if your standard definition, if you want to have a standard feed on your mobile, it takes probably around 3 GB to watch a match. If it is 4K, it takes 10 GB per match. Now that essentially means people will come and snack in and snack out. And TV doesn't have that phenomenon of snacking and snacking out. So to me, digital ecosystems in India has grown in a certain way. Most of the ecosystem, 90% of that view is actually UGC ecosystem. And that's a difference, right? Because people have, for decades, have been used to professionally made content on television. Digital has come and opened up a new content consumption phenomenon, and that's natural. We have found it interesting, found it snack in, snack out. We are here talking about the PGC content and that too IPL, which is a religion in country. You don't have to tell people to watch, I'll give you free access to the religion of India.
I'm going to go back to advertising, and I spoke to you, Anil, about the P&L, and you said that you're going to look at more advertising coming in. I looked at the inventories earlier, and probably Ajit would know those numbers because they had both digital as well as TV. TV inventory would be at about 90 to 95%, whereas digital was languishing at somewhere around 78%, if I'm not mistaken. Do you really see that change happening now, going just a season later? And these are numbers from the last season, I believe.
Yeah, I'm not privy to last season's numbers, so I can't comment upon that. But my point on this is actually inventory conversations in digital are not material, because you can have as much inventory as possible. What matters is who are you targeting and what you can sell through. So there might be streams which might not be interesting for advertisers at all. But there will be streams where you will have 100% sell through. So it depends actually on which target group that you're targeting. Having said that, look, I'm sure they've done their modeling, we've done our modeling. We are pretty confident of the numbers. Otherwise, it would have been pretty easy for us to get onto a subscription platform and say, look, we know what numbers, the previous sort of organization was making on digital, right, on subscription. So we could have done that. But this is so much better. So if you think about it, it is, you've got zero wastage, you've got accurate targeting, you've got terrific measurement, and lower price. That's a win-win, and that's why we think the proposition on digital is certainly attractive to a much larger base of advertisers.
The one thing that I actually happened to see, great presentation, Ajit, but I'd also seen your presentation, the earlier one that you've made a pitch for, that Star have to go out in the market. And one of the slides shows that, and I think the metrics that you used there were Google Trends as well as considerations, where you point out, like, let's say air conditioned brand or a fan, them and certain brands that went digital and certain brands that went towards television, and there was a big gulf there in terms of considerations as well as Google Trends. How would you respond to that? I mean, these sort of trends that exist, Anil.
So again, I haven't seen the presentation, but I'd love to have a copy if you have it. So I'd certainly like to see that. Look, fundamentally, it's defined as a pitch deck. You don't expect it to say that, look, TV didn't work and digital did work, right? So that is not like.
The numbers remain true.
Yeah, certainly I'll keep that in my back pocket for when World Cup cricket comes in, to say that, look, digital doesn't work and hence you shouldn't advertise. But look, on a more serious note, digital is one place where you actually have accurate call to action that says, look, is it viewability? Is it something around, I want to drive an action of at least getting into consideration, or is it an action of purchase? So all that is only possible on digital. So you don't have to rely on, any other metrics, right? To say that, okay, look, we did a survey amongst 100 people and this is what came out of it. you can actually have accurate metrics. And the advantage of digital is that you can choose to buy on those accurate metrics. And customers finally pay on what has been delivered. It is not on an esoteric one of, look, we expect the ratings to be X and hence, you must pay Y. I think it's high time that television actually paid on a per mil basis.
Okay, talking about metrics, I've spoken to a few advertisers and they're circumspect, and this has happened in the first world, where you now know that since there is no platform agnostic measurement system for digital, I think there are a lot of advertisers and brands that are circumspect about, they don't know who's watching it. So we also know now there are a number of click factories that exist. How do you allay those fears that an advertiser or a brand might have?
Yeah, so certainly we'll provide world-class measurement systems, including trackers wherever you want. So if that is, there can be arguments on both sides, right? Finally, BARC is an extrapolation of whatever, 55,000 homes across the whole of India, and there could be click factories, etc. But typically on live events, click factories don't work as well. So it's very difficult to do that because there are live streams and it becomes difficult. We'll certainly provide all forms of tracking, whether it's double click, seismic, any of those, whatever a customer wants. We'll provide that so that there is accurate tracking.
Now that the TV rights have seen a substantial increase in the amount that both the players... Yeah, so you wanted to come? Yeah, please.
In the initial conversation that he had in the last 2 minutes, I actually tend to agree. Digital has got measurement, digital has got, however, most of the things that you're saying is actually true for a YouTube ecosystem where you don't know where consumer is watching, when they are watching. Therefore, it's very difficult to estimate how that view happens, right? And that's where the criticality of IPL versus digital viewing is different. IPL is appointment viewing. It is going to be family viewing. It is going to be community. You are not going to take that away from a hero content item, right? And that to me, yes, we can bifurcate. I'm happy that we can bifurcate. We also have Hotstar as our ecosystem, holds many cricket series. All attempts will be to what my colleague is saying is exactly what we will also be attempting. But please understand, if you overdo that too much, this is a community viewing game. It is the billion Indians interested in that game. That's my first point. The second point is, yes, we are saying this about targeting micro, all of that, and that's mostly valid in a mobile ecosystem. Now, when I move into connected TV, you have mostly somebody logging in with your mail IDs or numbers, right? And that the whole family is watching. You still don't know whether the wife is watching or the kid is watching. Even today, for example, watching connected TV, it's on my ID. My kid can actually watch all the ads which are targeted on me. So there is a dichotomy when we start digging deeper into digital or connected TV, mobile ecosystem or larger ecosystem. So while the thought process, I agree, digital ecosystem has got its own merit and we will sell digital ecosystem on its own merit. But having said that, when you have started comparing yourself with TV, which has been established ecosystems, start comparing then if you're comparing on reach, start comparing the reach, because the reach is the one which has unified this country from this port.
That's an interesting point that he makes about the reach, because everywhere else, Anil, in the world, cord cutting is a phenomena. It exists. I was at a BARC conference the other day, and India is completely the opposite, where you actually, television numbers are still growing. So there are households where television is still coming, and cord cutting is so negligible that it really doesn't account for that. So is that something that you're wary of?
Not really. While television is growing, smartphones are growing much, much faster. Conversion from feature phones to smartphones is growing at an unbelievable pace. So there is no comparison between a medium that is growing that fast versus something that is, at best marginal. The other thing actually, and Ajit made a good point, this is really about community viewing. One of the points, in the midst of all this, which I forgot to mention, is that we are going to also do a massive job outdoors, right? So far, outdoors has been television. We are now present in over 20,000 universities, colleges, We are present in over 35,000 Horega outlets, restaurants. So in all of those places, people will be able to enjoy the JioCinema features. So that's something that we recognize the community element of it, especially considering almost all Indian homes tend to be single TV households, right? So that's why, while the TV is on, there are multiple people who are actually viewing on other screens. And the reason this happens is the amount of choice that a consumer would have, whether it's language, whether it's a particular team that I want to follow, all that is a lot more possible on digital. And as far as the data that backs it up goes, look, the sort of data sources that we have and the types that we have ensures that our data accuracy is at par with any of the global giants. And we are working with all the global giants, in fact, to ensure that our offer is actually right there. So we are absolutely certain that it will meet any of the standards that are required to demonstrate accuracy measurement.
Just the last couple of points I want to touch upon, because I think we're completely out of time. But this was, in terms of, as I mentioned earlier, there's a substantial increase of television rights that you've paid. The one area that everyone's going to look at, maybe the price per 10 second might increase, whether it's on television, whether it's on digital. I believe, if our numbers are correct, it was at 5 lakh for digital, at 10 lakh for television. But does the fact that now for the very first time there'll be two players in the market, does that take away your negotiation power with the advertiser? To the two of you, maybe Ajit, you could start.
See, I've been in this Disney for almost a month now. I've met probably around 20 odd clients in the last 3 weeks. Not a single client has checked me on the effectiveness of TV, sport being on TV, negotiation. Yes, everybody wants to negotiate, but more importantly, people have negotiated more because of the macro environment trend that's in India, rather than trying to stay comparable, right? Because the moment you compare TV and digital, I ask them cost per million. You want to talk the digital language? I'll start talking the digital language. Then it's about video views and all of that. We are happy to actually do like-to-like comparisons on CPMs and then see whether it's cheaper, and I'm happy to then work it around. Imagine, even after a decade and a half of internet penetration and growth in India, would you have imagined that TV still compares similar CPMs than on digital? Right? That even when I was in a digital ecosystem, I didn't check TV, I didn't check as much as, because we are all growing, right? We are all growing, money is coming. But I take a step back and looked at television and I said, oh, this is that cheap. GEC, the hygiene content is around 15 to 25. UGC platform sells at around 50 to 70 bucks. How much ever you target, it keeps targeting, only increases the cost per million. So even today, now all I'm saying is, yes, connected TV will grow, HD TV is growing, TV still has headrooms to grow. There are enough population in India who still wants it real free rather than being shown as free. I think all four pillars in India uniquely is still growing. There is room for everybody. I'm hoping that with this increased conversation, increased interest in this game on both mediums, helps both of us grow, because both of us have actually paid, cricket costs have increased, right? And I'm sure Anil will look at more strategies to expand that more client list into cricket, because cricket was known to be, only certain advertisers come on cricket. Equally, I'm now willing to talk everybody to, you don't need a budget as a constraint. If you want 50 million impressions on television, happy to discuss what that costs, and at a certain cost which is comparable to any other ecosystem which can give me a similar reach. If reach is not comparable, then obviously you start paying higher.
Right. I think most people in the room should thank me for two things that Ajit has mentioned. One is that he's putting it on FTA, which means a larger audience base, which has access to games. And second is he's willing to sell on a CPM basis on targeted audiences. So both things great for all advertisers. So I don't necessarily think that IPL will necessarily have a constraint in terms of number of advertisers. And Ajit is bang on. All the conversations that we've had so far, people have been quite excited about IPL coming up. few of the agency folk that I've spoken to have also said the same, that look, IPL should sort of kickstart the economic spending on advertising. So that is likely to look quite good. I think the key around IPL and advertising is if there is a way to increase the base of advertisers. TV typically has about 100, digital last year had about 200, 250. Is there a way to make this much bigger? Because all said and done, IPL as a property, whether it's TV or digital, delivers really, really well for audiences. And that is the reason it's actually a natural choice which should help the industry grow.
Finally, I wanted to touch the content side of it, because up until now you only had that one player, and me as a consumer had to make do with whatever was available in terms of what the content is there. Would there be now special focus on that, and now suddenly does content become that currency to be the differentiator, just not in terms of the medium that you're broadcasting in or streaming, but also the differentiator in terms of which place does the brand or advertiser target? Both of you could answer. Maybe Ajit, you could start.
Just repeat that question, please.
Content suddenly becomes that currency, the differentiator between the two platforms now?
Actually, content has always been the currency.
No, but earlier I had no option, right? There was only one broadcaster, and if I wanted to watch the game, I would watch that. But now maybe it's how you present it, or the way you present it could be that differentiator for someone like me who probably has both available to him, digital as well as TV.
See, I think even if I had both the rights with me, or if he had both the rights, I think both of us bid for TV plus digital. It's not as if we bid uniquely only for one and didn't bid for others. But at the end of the day, when cricket costs go up, we would have done everything in the ecosystem to differentiate, irrespective of who holds the right. Even if I was holding the rights, technically the rights on cricket costs have gone up. So every possible means to expand the both, whether it's a cost, whether it's access, or whether it's more number of viewers coming in and watching that game is an option that we would have tried. We would also like to look at more number of advertisers supporting the game, because the cost of cricket has actually gone up across. It's not just one medium. So to me, whether you hold the rights together or more, content is the currency. Because to me, if you look at IPL, during COVID time, it went up to 6 rating. It was never 6 rating. It was around 4 rating. The reason is IPL when it starts happening, let me just complete, okay? IPL when it starts happening, it's like a mood upliftment of the country. And it's sentiment, it's passion, it's almost like it gave me a window to express myself, family viewing, collective viewing. So to me, IPL stands way above everything else in India, and it probably will boost the economy or the sentiment in India today.
Thank you. Thank you. We are overshot by 11 minutes, but IPL being such a passionate topic and having industry leaders from TV and digital, we couldn't have asked for a better discussion. Thank you so much, gentlemen. I request you to just step forward for a picture together while I invite on stage Shravant Gajula, co-founder Add On More, to please join us on stage to give away a small token of appreciation to our panelists and our moderator. Thank you so much for being here, sharing your views with us. For Nikhil as well. And let's do a picture together, all four of you, very quickly. All right, ladies and gentlemen, with that, for our next session titled Sense and Nonsense in Our Media World, I'd like to call upon stage once again Mr. Vikram Sakhuja, partner and group CEO, Madison Media and OOH. A very warm welcome. Welcome back.
Okay, guys, we've come to the fag end of the evening. I think you've been a fabulous audience. I'm going to beg your indulgence for another 20 minutes as I'm going to talk about something called, sorry, I'll just wait a second for the people to settle down, please. Folks, we'll just give, after that very, very electric session, okay. Okay, let's start. You know, over the years, some of the media practices that we've been doing have become so ingrained that we've sort of taken them for granted and it's become like a blind spot. This year, there's going to be more than 1 lakh crores being spent on the AdX. So, you know, I thought it would be a good idea to maybe review some 7 or 8 practices that we currently do, and I'm going to give you my perspective on them. I'll also add that a qualifier that these are my views, and if I can be successful in provoking a debate among some of you, I'll consider it mission successful. So let's bash on. Let me see how to move this. Okay. The first point I want to talk about is where has the brand gone in advertising? There was an author called Naomi Klein in 1999 who wrote a book called No Logo, where she was actually decrying the power of big brands and how they were exploiting people and consumers because of the power of their brands. You know, inadvertently, I think she's getting what she wanted. She didn't want the brands to be everything. I actually find that in India over the last quite a few years, the role of the brand in advertising has diminished considerably. Our ads are clever, they're very, very funny, and they have some very good ideas. But they're not perpetuating the brand that they're supposed to build. Bharat talked about the consistency point. Sam also left this as one of the 5 learnings for the advertisers at the end of his session. And the point out here is that, you know, brands are supposed to build. Now, take a look at these, you know, with due respect to the brands which are being covered out here. I've taken the male apparel category, I've taken print ads from them, I've masked their brands. Can you recognize which the brands are? Now, isn't the point of advertising to really reinforce the values that a brand stands for? Look at this one. You don't need to say anything about the brand and you know exactly, and all the memories evoked with this particular brand come rushing back to you. Now, the point out here is you need to have something that the ad, something in your ad that the consumers remember your brand by, rather than Raat Gayi Baat Gayi. Now, this is where, with more than 90% of a brand's budget going into media costs and less than 10% or maybe 6-7% going into creation of advertising, I think it's a huge potential wastage if you're not building these basic equities into your brand. So first wake-up call, and this is more for advertisers and creative agencies, please rediscover account planning. Please start building your basic strategic and psychological equities. Second point, also to do with creative. Why don't advertisers adapt their ad to the medium or the platform which they're using it in? I remember ages back when I started my career, there used to be product slates with sound music on TV Doordarshan. Fabina shooting Fabina, Modi and 416, and there used to be a jingle which used to come. Now, they stayed in our minds. It was a very clutter-free environment, but that was obviously not the power of TV. The power of TV was emotion, drama, the entire audiovisual piece which advertising agencies quickly cottoned onto, and sort of over time, advertising on TV just sort of spiraled and went up, and finally about 15-20 years later overtook print. Then around turn of the century, when FM radio started, we got TV edits for radio spots. The FM agency, the FM stations hired great creative talent from the agencies, and for the price of a media plan, started giving them ads which recognize the true power of radio as a companion medium. You know, while TV and radio probably sort of developed nicely, in out-of-home we still end up getting a whole lot of print renditions for our outdoor campaigns. Now this is one where, say, Rajnigandha, this is what we got, this is what it could have been, and this was a sort of version that we gave. If you look at Kotak, The entire branding was sort of hidden into the entire sort of background, and it just required a small tweak to get the 811 sort of proposition clear. In Enamor, you just remove the clutter and it starts becoming much more sort of useful for the entire outdoor medium. The point I'm making right now is that this is for these conventional mediums, but it becomes a much more profound question as we move to digital. In digital, we have got what? Search, YouTube, OTT, Facebook, Moj, ShareChat, Twitter. You've got the works, you've got digital publishers. Each of them, they've got a bunch of stuff on which we actually have to play our ad. Even like Facebook versus Instagram is completely different. On this, you've got a choice of video, text, image, sound, experiential. All of this you can play on each one of these. And yet, what is it that we get sometimes? We still manage to get something like, we get ourselves print ad layouts for banners. We'll end up running a full-length TV commercial on a social media feed. We sort of get a long text in the image of a social post. We get static images in the video pre-roll, or worse, we get this 1:1 kind of resolution on a 16:9 screen. Now, this just doesn't make sense, and I don't think enough time and money is being spent on how to actually adapt to the syntax of the platform that we're going to be doing. If we don't start recognizing this, it's going to be as useful as putting a Hindi TV commercial on the Tamil feed. So point number 2 that I'm leaving to advertisers again is, please adapt to the syntax of your platform. The next issue is a slightly deeper one. How many advertisers feel that the minute you start your advertising campaign, it should have an impact on sales? Performance advertising has come out with words like ACOS and ROAS. So all of this has sort of said, advertise and you will get sales. And somewhere, even though they say branding is different, it seems to have rubbed off on branding. And the ask these days is much more, what did my branding do on sales? Because something should have moved. Fundamental to answering this question is to understand two things. One, how advertising works. And number 2, what is the communication task for that particular campaign? So there are 3 or 4 scenarios here. For new brands or brands with a new story, the task of advertising is very simply to create awareness for the new proposition through building reach and frequency, and through that, it will lead to trials. This requires a very good creative, so a good concept executed brilliantly is going to land up giving you that. It has been established time after time. Sometimes when your creative is not that strong, you do need some impact to beat clutter. Impact could come through celebrities, it could come through basically choice of impact mediums like jackets and newspaper ads, page takeovers, or say impact TV kind of things that you're buying. It could be through entire multimedia plans, and that actually builds the entire thing. So these are all ways in which you can build a new proposition, and people are doing that. So for this kind of environment, when you do a campaign, it should make an impact almost immediately. But the more tricky one is for mature brands. In mature brands, the first thing, if you can, you got to temper your expectations in terms of what it's going to do for my business. The starting point is, I think you should look at using analytics. What is the sort of response of the category to advertising? Nascent or building categories are the ones where typically when the category advertises, there is some pretty reasonable amount of growth that you can get in sales. For mature brands, for example, soaps or tea, category advertising will not grow the category much. But even here, brand advertising becomes very important. So if you're coming to a brand level, whether it's a nascent category or an advertising category, that is a time, the role of a mature brand, it is to basically rebring the entire psychological, basically the equities, strategic or executional equities that I alluded to a little earlier. So I'm talking about the Titan jingle, very memorative. I'm talking about Good Night's Protection Circle. I'm talking about Vicks Ki Khich Khich. I'm talking whatever. So many brands have built all these kind of equities. Now these are the ones that you should reinforce. Now at that point in time, you will find that the brands with better equity take actually the market share from the ones with poor equity. They are also the ones that are going to be enduring. Again, Bharat made a reference to impression versus impactful impression. And he said, I put out one ad, just maybe it was 10 these things, and it sort of lingered on for a very long time. Because it was playing back a whole lot of, like Fevicol ka jod hai tootega nahi. It has become a metaphor to the entire bonding of India. You make one ad, we did that ad campaign of theirs, which was the 60-year campaign, Sharmai ki ka sofa. You didn't need too much advertising because it was playing back all the brand codes that stayed with you. So this is the area where, okay, let me give you another example. I remember when I was in the soft drink business in Coke, there used to be a pitched battle between Coke versus Pepsi, share of voice, blue versus red. Cricket may taking one property, it was used to be fight for that. Big share of voice game. 25 years later, which are the two big brands in the soft drink business? Thumbs Up and Sprite. Built around a very, very strong proposition, and probably that is what is resonating well with consumers. So on the point on mature brands, please build your psychological equities and play the long game. Don't look for short-term effects. That said, there are times when a mature brand also reaches a blind spot. I tried to bring this out in the panel earlier. I don't think there were too many takers to my bait. At that time, we have to look at consumers have formed a certain mental structures with the advertising that you've created. So if I suddenly want to change the way people are thinking about me, just coming out with another ad which is saying something which is not going to reposition. You've got to get them to walk the talk. And that is typically where an IMC or an integrated marketing communication, to my mind, actually plays a role. And the debate I was giving them is, we actually saw that across 10 years when Cadbury was something which firstly was only something which was, okay, the very first time when it was kids, I think the power of advertising got it into youth with that Kuch Khas Hai ad where the girl comes into the cricket field and does that dance. That was pure advertising. But this entire bit about a gift from someone you love to Kuch Meetha Ho Jaye and therefore a Muh Meetha moment, that was all done through IMC. So somewhere I think even that has a role to play. And if you have to go higher up the brand values, I think is the role of sponsorship. In sponsorship, if you go down memory lane, so many brands have been built on the back of sponsorship. I'm alluding to BPL OA, Philips Top 10, Pepsi Ungle Choice, Uma Pepsi as she was called in those days, Hero Honda Roadies, Lakme India Fashion Week. There were global brands like Coke and which have been Olympic sponsors since 1928 and Visa since 1986. The colas, telecoms, the entire TV and e-commerce categories. I think the cricket guys have already told us how each and every one of the unicorns has sort of really used cricket to build their stature and actually grow them. So to that extent, sponsorship, I think, is a huge weapon which can actually be used to build your brand stature. Now, it is in this context, I really question that what is the value that this program brought to you by, co-presented by ABC in association with PQR, UVW, what that will do for a brand. Somewhere if sponsorship has got to be the most important weapon or the powerful weapon that you have, aren't you undervaluing it by cheapening it like this? I think media owners or property owners or guys who have passion play properties, they have the opportunity to create much more bang for the buck, and I think advertisers should be willing to pay. So to answer the question for advertisers who have the need for a Pavlovian reflex to the entire advertising, the answer is it depends. First, treat it ex ante rather than post facto. Don't do your campaign and then come back and say, why didn't it work? Before you go inside the campaign, say, what is my marketing task? What is it that I want media to do? Is it a reminder? Is it building awareness? Is it changing my entire brand values? And so on and so forth. Fundamental, I think marketing is a science and an art. It's just that we don't ask these questions enough. And next point, I wanted to end this point on this aspect, which is the reality today is that media is obviously now more than just a delivery pipe for advertising. It allows us to do associative marketing, clutter-breaking impact, building higher order brand values through sponsorship, legitimizing what the brand stands for via use of content, building endorsement through sharing, building experiences, and actually being a retail marketplace. All of these things media can do. Now, if you have the discussion before your campaign, what is it that you want to do, solutions will come. If you just come out with one vanilla plan only, sometimes reach and frequency works. Sometimes you need something else. And that's, I think, a discussion better had before the plan. It's a marketing call, not just a media call that you have to take at that time. Related to this entire thing is advertising only about salience, brand logo registration in and out, or is it actually about communication? Look, I'm a true believer of brevity and non-extravagant ACDs, average commercial durations. I've also said that the job of advertising is to reinforce brand values. But it baffles my mind to see when brands take premium properties like IPL and pay top dollar, why do they only expose that 10-second edit on that? Even when the 30s or 20 seconds, the main TV commercial hasn't had established play. For the love of me, I can't understand that. Relatedly, this comes with the idea of repeated spotting leading to potential irritation. Let's take IPL, on which a lot has been spoken in the last 1 hour. Now, typically what? They are the guys with the sponsors and all, they'll come in with 5 or 6 spots into 73 matches. So it happens like that. So we did evaluation for one such client. We found that they delivered some 1100 odd GRPs on IPL. They delivered a 44% reach at 1+. So at least 44% of their target audience saw it once. And 24 or 25% of it saw it 10 times or more. Nowhere else, when you do a media plan, will you get a 10+ reach equal to more than 50% of your 1+ reach. This is because obviously IPL people coming back. And now when people are coming back, you got say 80 seconds and you take 8 10-second spots rather than taking 4 20-second spots. Why? You don't have to do share of voice per game. You have to have the whole season to actually do your entire campaign. And this, to my mind, is a mind bender because people are doing this time and again on India's most expensive property. Sorry. So see, again and again and again, and you expect it to do actually better. The next point is really about why do we plan digital and TV in silos? I think you would have got enough drift from the sessions that have been earlier done today that it's not or digital or TV, it's obviously digital and TV. The reality is, as far as consumers are concerned, I'm watching it, I'm watching one screen or the other screen. Sometimes when I'm watching connected TV, I don't even know whether I'm watching TV or I'm watching a digital platform. But still, when it comes to us as in the advertising domain, advertisers have a media manager separately for digital, separately for traditional. In our own agency, sometimes we have, mostly we have digital teams and TV teams. Now the TV planners have typically learned to build their plans spot at a time which leads a certain TVR. Those spots are chosen by genre, by channel, by day part, by weekday, weekend, and that in turn goes up to give some GRPs, which gives in turns, gives reach, frequency, effective frequency at that, share of voice at a certain CPRP. Fine, that's what we've got. Now we come to the digital planners. They give you reach in impressions or millions, and then they give you impressions, and then they'll give you average OTS, and you come back to them and say, hey, okay, how many GRPs did your plan deliver? And they'll scratch their sort of chin. Now that's ridiculous, right? Why are we treating it as completely different when like to like, there can be total comparability? So if you have to look at reach at 1+ on a common base, if you take the IRS base, not just TV base or digital base, equated to the lowest common denominator, which is IRS, and say this is the kind of 1+ reach you're getting on TV, this is the kind of 1+ reach you're getting on digital, so that's equated. So if you are fond of TVRs, okay, there's one fundamental difference between TV, buying TV and digital. In TV, you buy a spot, so you're chasing content and you're accruing audiences. As Anil was also talking earlier, in digital, you're buying audiences completely agnostic of content. In general, I'm not talking about IPL, I'm talking about in general in digital. But that said, if you want to actually do comparability, you can still find reach at 1+. There is the TVR equivalent in digital is called concurrency, how many people were watching it at any one time. If I'm looking at effective frequency, that is where right now digital is failing. YouTube gives it to us, Hotstar gives it to us, but a large number of other platforms don't. And as a result, you actually find it difficult to build reach at high frequencies on a large digital platform. But my point in this, limited point in this one is, It is so simple to actually plan TV and digital as one similar video plan. But we are still not doing it. Why? I don't know why. With this, coming towards the end of it, I think there is a game where we should review our media TG. Currently, there are 3 TGs that marketing guys work on. The smallest one is the creative TG, so that is what the creative agency comes, and typically you will find a large number of categories have a youth bias. So they like to show youth at the center of it because that's an aspirational imagery. But that doesn't mean that's your business TG necessarily. They also have a media TG, which is supposed to approximate to your business TG. But for example, and that's the classic example that used to be given, Fairness Creams had a female as a media TG, but 40% of the business used to come from males. So, but on TV, that was fine, because if you were planning on a female TG, you deliver on male TG less, but you deliver reasonably well. Now in digital, this becomes obviously exclusive. If you're doing females, you'll only get females, you won't get males. They won't get them. Like for example, so many, I'm feeling very left out in all of this because so many brands have they stop advertising to people above 50, and I'm way, way above 50. So all the exciting brands that the young people in this audience see, I can never get to see on digital. Because, so now somewhere along the line, my limited point on this one is, again, when you're coming on digital, have your TG, planning TG when it comes to TV. But when you're coming to digital, please relax your TG definitions to make it closer to your business TG. The other one is, India is a subcontinent. It's a very heterogeneous subcontinent. It's also very expensive to just about reach everybody in this entire market. We have the opportunity and the entire landscape has given us an opportunity to carve out this entire market of ours in 4 very fascinating ways. You've got about 167, okay, Anil has now dramatically brought this down to 108 million. I haven't seen the last 108 million. I'd seen it till 167 and then maybe 133, but that number is not validated. So I was staying with this. But the pay TV households are this. There are about 43 million guys who are free to air, and these are reasonably isolated universes. So this is like in the old days, Doordarshan, terrestrial homes and C&S. So Doordarshan was available in C&S homes, but nobody would watch Doordarshan. Similarly, not too many people in pay TV homes are watching FTA. So these are reasonably mutually exclusive TGs. Then you've got 20 million connected TVs. Again, not completely mutually exclusive, but the cord cutters are mutually exclusive and the cord shavers are right now watching both. A large part of the 167 million are also watching content on mobiles. But there are about 47 million of them who are watching. This is the erstwhile media dark guys who never had any access to TV. Now these are the ones who are having the Geo phones with a YouTube pre-burnt on it and watching it there. The point I'm making out here is that you have this available to you, but still you're going into all homes and targeting your brands. Why? Wouldn't it make more sense if you had limited funds to go after the one sort of audience or universe which is more suited to your source of growth and actually just max out or at least deliver optimal levels there? Similarly, there is this entire thing of TV planning where we come back and say, let's plan on HSM and regions. So you've got HSM, which has got these 11, 12 states, plus you've got, of course, the 4 southern states and all the rest of it. I think that requires a rethink. What you got on this table out here is all the HSM states. So 61% reach overall HSM of TV, within which at the HSM level, 53% of them are reached by Hindi content. Reached. If you have to look at the bottom 4, Maharashtra, Goa, Assam, Odisha and West Bengal, you'll actually find that in some states, 65 to 75% of TV reach is all you can reach through Hindi. Forget, this is just about reach. The same thing, if you look at what percent of the total viewing is made up by Hindi, look at the same 4 states. In West Bengal, quarter of the entire viewing is on Hindi, 75% of it is probably Bengali or whatever the local ones are. Even the 4 ones are there. Even if you look at Punjab, Haryana, where as reach was concerned, almost everybody was watching some amount of Hindi, but in terms of the total amount of TV they view, 40% of it is still coming from Punjabi. Now, in this kind of environment, we are still going and planning on HSM. We take out that HSM cut and then do our plans and then try to see how to sort of build reach on some of the others and how to manage the imbalances between states. But if you actually did state-wise planning, chances are that you'd probably come out with different plans. Juxtapose that with my point with the earlier unique universes, you'll find that the 43 million FTA homes are all in the Hindi-speaking HSM. So that gives you further opportunity to carve it up. These are some of the things that I don't think we've been thinking of. And this is really what I wanted to bring to the fore. So really what I've said today is three things. One, I think, is this entire point about that. Sorry, just give me a sec. One clearly is that media without the right creative is meaningless. I've made a plea to focus on building your basic equity elements that make your brand, and to focus more on adapting the medium or the platform on which your ad is being played, and to judiciously manage the ACD. Yeah, don't have high ad length copy, but don't also meaninglessly put 10-seconders on especially premium properties like IPL. The second point I made was make a media plan with an understanding of what the media task is and how advertising works. There may be times when reach and continuity is the best thing to do, other times impact of multimedia, and yet on the time when associated marketing or sponsorship. But the important point is it's a strategic discussion. So this is the discussion we should be having before the campaign goes. I really think both at the advertiser end and at the agency end, we need to introspect. It's a marketing meeting and not just a how to reach people meeting. And I think if you do that, you'll have much less of people coming back later and saying, why didn't this campaign not work? Relatedly, TV and digital needs to be viewed exactly by the same lens. I think the science we built on TV planning is been brilliant over the last 35 years. We should use those same kind of metrics of building reach, frequency, and through that building brands, and apply them to digital, and you'll find that both digital and TV both work. And lastly, what we said is that in today's media landscape, choose markets with more granularity, and in a digital media, choose your TG with less granularity. I hope I've been able to raise some points that make you look at some of the media practices that you do with a new lens. And if it's helped provoke some thought or discussion, I'll consider it mission accomplished. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Sakhuja. This was almost like a masterclass right here, and I'm sure all those watching us and listening to us in person here and all those watching online would have benefited from it. Thank you very much. It was wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been the most educating and awarding experience to listen to the eminent guests here from afternoon till this evening. But before we end the event, I would like to invite Ms. Lara Balsara, Executive Director, Madison World, to please come up on stage and deliver a vote of thanks. A very warm welcome to you, Lara.
So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being with us here in person, and to all those who've joined online. Because thank you for being with us here for 5.5 hours. I know it has been a long day. I'll try to sum up these 5.5 hours in 2 minutes, so please bear with me. So we've seen Indian AdX is quite resilient amongst all that's happening around the world today. It has grown by 21% in 22 and is further expected to grow by 16% in this year. So this shows the power and potential of Indian brands and Indian entrepreneurs. Our chief guest, Mr. Bharat Puri, used interesting cricket analogy, the hot buzzword today, and said to keep the consumer at the center of everything. He also reminded us that whilst chasing impressions, do not forget to make an impression. Avinash concluded his talk by saying that as long as we are curious and ask the right questions, the news genre will continue to grow and thrive. I think it has been established that brands benefit in the long run when they use advertising for brand building and not just to buy sales. The panel on IMC spoke about the importance of IMC in brand building and in the marketing mix, and aspects to keep in mind to get IMC right. I think with India having the third largest e-commerce base, Sankalp spoke about the importance of using e-commerce also as a brand building tool. Coming to the most awaited session of the day, both speakers made fantastic data-based, passionate presentations. But I think one theme that has emerged across the panels was that India is a growing and thriving economy, and ADEX as a percentage to GDP is only 0.3%, which is very low compared to the global average. So I think all mediums are bound to grow, and each medium does play a role in the overall advertising mix. And it's not a question of, I think one speaker rightly said, it's not a question of TV or digital. It's a question of both TV and digital. And Nagaraj's presentation highlighted the advantages and characteristics of each medium, especially in TV and digital, and what we should keep in mind when planning with those mediums. Vikram concluded with a very good presentation on sticking to the basics and what to keep in mind to come up with a new media plan that actually works. So a big thank you to all the speakers and panelists who made fantastic, thought-provoking presentations. Thank you to Avinash and ABP for always supporting this event right since inception. Thank you to also all the other sponsors, and have a very good evening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Laura. With that, I would like to take this opportunity to thank each one of you present here for gracing the occasion, being throughout the event with us. Once again, before we leave, I'd like to thank all our partners and give a quick our partner presentations on the screen. This is me, Khyati Kaur, host, signing off. It's been a pleasure to be the host to all of you. Do join us for networking, cocktails and dinner. We'll see you again. Thank you.
अल्फाज अलग है, सुर वही गाते हैं, आवाज नहीं है, आवाज के पीछे झांके तो जज्बात वही है। सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही है, सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही है, खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ, जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ, खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ, जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ। उमंगे उम्मीदे पतंगे परिंदे उड़े, आसमान खुले यहाँ
The success story of Dangal TV is a green light journey, but the one that is most real. A vision that became a mission and reached the city of dreams, Mumbai. Today, Dangal TV is ruling the hearts of millions with Dangal TV, India's #1 prime-time Hindi TV channel. The network is leading in Hindi GEC space with Dangal TV as India's most watched general entertainment channel that enjoys the highest prime-time ratings and unbeatable reach. The channel is creating absolutely original and impactful content relatable to the deepest aspirations of Indian audience. Be it family drama,
हमें क्या पता माँ कैसी होती है.
mythology,
जय हनुमान संकट मोचन नाम दियारो,
crime,
मर्डर हुआ है, केस अभी शुरू होगा.
comedy,
नाम है हमारा बेला.
supernatural fantasy,
इश्क की दास्तां, नागमणि,
and much more. Dangal TV, a network that has made its mark in the hearts of millions of Indians. Dangal TV.